We're
You
live.
know, I was a spectator then.
The ever assuring. I think it works.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this.
You have extensively.
I'm glad this is a running gag now until the end of time.
Let's see. It says live now. Dragon Coast 66.
Oh,
Behold Sheep's OnlyFans page.
Yeah. Well, you know, gotta make the rent somehow.
yep, it's true.
Yeah, maybe, you'll
The
subscribe, he can have a static IP.
The finest wool on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
It's
I found out that
sheepskin.
I found out that if you sell your dirty socks, then you can buy new ones and never have to wash any socks.
Oh my lord.
I think I don't think that counts universally. I don't think I could do that.
I mean, have you tried?
No, to be fair, no. I haven't.
So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the thing. Pretty terrible, but
Terrible if it works.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if shipping though. Like that seems like
Oh yeah, shipping cuts into the profits.
yeah,
It's
that
true.
seems.
And if you trade them outside the EU, you have to pay tax on them too.
Not the sock tax.
I don't know. I don't know what that even count as.
Luxury goods.
Yeah, oh,
Consumables.
God. Fucking sweaty socks. Oh lord. It would too.
Go ahead and remove the old me mannequin.
God, all right.
Figured I'd make it as easy as possible to tell between the two.
This is colossal.
And
Level 16.
Yep, my token's fully edited. I'm ready to go.
I am
Cool.
too.
You feeling, Derry? Do you have a token you prefer?
Me?
Yep.
Oh, I need to change that, but I'll just change the one that I have.
On which map?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't loaded the other one.
My updated one is on the Serpent Valley.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there is another one on another map, but if there is, it can go away.
He still has the Dragon Hills map open to us. That's probably why he has.
Deleted yet, because what if,
I appreciate that because that is in fact my news.
okay.
My newest token. So
well, the other two will lose theirs, and then I will transport this token for you. Don't update it yet. I'll transport this one over to the Serpent Valley, and then you can do that by clean up here.
Murder all the people.
Delete that one.
Burninating the countryside.
There you go.
Yeah.
Trogdor.
Trogdor?
Trogdor the Burninator, Mannequin.
And I mean, it's no surprise. He's so out of the loop with everything.
I don't know it either. I'm like, what? I guess that would make sense.
No, making any references to anything at all in front of Mannequin is just rude.
No, yeah. Trogdor. What?
You know what Trogdor is? A Burninator.
What?
Tina doesn't know it, then it can't be that.
Okay, I'm surprised that Tina does not know Trogdor the Burninator.
Me too. We cracked it. I suppose it is as far back as 2003. So.
I don't know. Maybe it didn't make it to Danish television.
Oh, look at that, a dragon. Well, who knew? It's a meme.
Today on Dreadful Dragon Coast, Manikai discovers memes.
Somehow, this is a meme that's so old that I'm too young.
Yeah.
Which I guess I don't know how to justify sheep then, but that's how it goes.
Yeah. Your whole
He's
logic.
German.
Yeah, they age
Yeah,
faster.
you know.
Yeah. He plays
Weird.
MMOs. Of course he knows. Of course he knows memes.
God damn it.
Sorry.
Jonas would know. I have no.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna
Maybe
ask
I'll bring
Jonas.
that up during our playtime tomorrow. See if he can. I can make a hip cultural reference.
Lord. I
don't
can't
think-
find. You already failed. I think that's not a word that's used anymore.
What do you mean? It's radical.
It's lit nowadays, Manikai. Come on.
Because of all the weed culture.
The weed. The weed? Yes, that's true.
Marijuana, right?
Devil's weed.
Devil's lettuce, yeah.
Yeah, devil's lettuce. Yes.
Anyway, apart from my update to current media culture, I was about to say what else happened last time, but this was this time, so I guess that doesn't really work. Segue. Someone want to do recap?
I believe I did it last time.
Yeah, that would mean it's Ares' turn.
Yes.
Right.
I think you're right. Yes, last time we went to deal with the Nobanian
Nobanian, yes.
leadership. A nice Sphinx who had kindly invited Grimace to a nice parlay, which everyone was certain was a trap. So instead, we snuck up on them at night, and I think what occurred was a massacre. I think it's there was a lot of murdering. Grimace did his whole I don't even know what that was. Make them unconscious trick. And yeah, then blood was spilled. And on their way home, the two dragons was lighting up the sky with flame while throwing the. What were it you throw? Was it the body of the Sphinx?
The head, I believe. We threw at them.
I thought the head was gonna be massacred into the.
Oh yeah. I think
Head was removed and body was thrown.
Yeah,
Yes.
that
Okay. I was
one.
gonna say it's important because yes, and well, then really the dragons continued their year, and switch to the correct map here. A lot happened in Tizir, regrettably. There was a lot of stabbing back and forth. I attacked the Marks attacked the Wasted Weed. The Wasted Weed attacked Merchant Lords. I'm trying to remember what the Temple of Asmodeus. I believe they allied or like offered to help the Wasted Weed.
They tried.
And I have to bring out all my notes here.
Beyond that, other factions mostly moved around a bit, relocating. The trouble in Tizir certainly is a focal point at the moment. In sort of the northern section, the river somehow making a barrier or a exchange between the civilized and the uncivilized areas. Beyond that, south of the river, the Call of Nabanyan being the main event that occurred. Have been forced to split into two groups, really losing cohesion, losing their unity. We'll hear more about that later. Beyond that, I have here that the Dragonfang continues to antagonize the hierarchy. It's every way possible, really.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
I don't have more than that,
What
yeah.
else to say to that? Yes. With that, though, with the destruction of the sort of unified Cult of Nabanyan, we have a goal slot open to be filled. Our current goals are to take control of Tizir, overthrow the merchant lords of Tizir, claim territory from the hierarchy, deal with the Comerian fleet, and deal with the Purple Worm.
Yeah, the open goal slot is mine, and after careful deliberation, I've come to the conclusion of I'll decide next week because I got nothing.
Fair enough. Good. That works. Then we have the next thing on the agenda here is to generate a hero. Now, I think it's, and we talked about this a little last time, it's only proper that we have a hero for the Call of Nabanyan. Someone who probably was around, survived the clashes, and has probably been disillusioned with the whole leadership split and people sort of being unable to focus on the task. Probably gonna be a paladin or cleric. We can flip a coin for that. Beyond that, we will have to generate their traits. That might only be right and proper, Grimmeth, that you roll those.
Yeah, I'll flip your coin first. You want to call what number is
Sure. Let me just do it right here and see. 1 will be cleric, 2 will be
We've got a cleric.
Cleric of Nabanyan. Well, maybe someone who's more wise, more considered.
Yeah, but I feel like the adventurers can use like leader type. So
Yes, they have. Then again, this person, we know where they're going. We know where they're going, and they might not survive. But we'll see. It has been unfortunate for those who are. So right now, that would be a.
Maybe if I don't play it.
Well, a servant of Nabanyan heading into a lair sponsored by #Valar may have some trouble.
It's like a big target mark on their chest.
It's very much like the devil leader who came in.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, how many d20s you want for traits?
Give me 2.
Okay, and the first one is a 6, and your second one is a 6.
All right. Well, we roll one of them.
All right. 2.
2. All right. Yeah, I mean, that will work, I think. So number 6 means that the person has companions, which I think makes a lot of sense in this case.
Yeah.
They will bring either a some sort of creature of their level, say a giant tiger or something, or a group of minions of their level.
I remember the last leader to come to my lair with minions. That was good.
Yeah, that was very useful minions in that case. Really helped a lot. Also dying to an aura. Yes. Okay. So we have. And we have the other one. No, that doesn't. They can't have Comerian ties. That'll make sense. Could you re-roll the 2?
Yeah, reroll the 2. We'll keep going on another adventure. 15.
Okay, they're friendly.
Oh.
A friendly
Nice.
cleric
They'll
of
find some
Nabanyan.
friends. Friendly.
It makes sense.
I mean, they're probably not going to be friendly to the evil dragon of Malar.
Not evil, just misunderstood. It's
Really?
all
Really?
branding and
What does your alignment say? That's-
Just a matter of perspective.
it's really more guiding lines.
Yeah, I put an in there for the first session, and I haven't changed it despite all of the concerning actions my dragon has taken over the course of the campaign. I feel like it balances out, nature.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is a storm to blame for the destruction it makes? No.
No single raindrop believes it is to blame for the flood, okay?
Exactly.
And I'm totally a single raindrop.
Yeah. Poison, but
That's right.
potato,
It does not.
potato,
What is the rain made out of? We don't talk about.
acid.
Oh god.
I suppose that is a thing. So
Heroes.
Alright. You're welcome, adventurers, for a leader to replace those who've been lost along the way.
Yes. Which certainly been happening at an alarming rate. I think every leader has died. Well, I guess that halfling got away, but it was a traitor halfling, so.
Yeah, it was a traitor halfling. Soliath, the dwarf cleric, until Raxos killed him. Sereno, I made into a servant.
Mm-hmm.
And that evil servant of Basarek killed that. Darakas.
Yeah. Go. Noting it down. Good. Well, friendly. We haven't had a lot of those. Really, these two traits haven't been rolled a lot. That's good.
Was the bard friendly? The traitorous halfling was.
Let's see here. Nope. Smart.
Okay. Smart.
Smart.
No.
So they won't die. No, there was a dwarf in the beginning who was friendly, and one of the barbarians.
There we go. Okay.
All right. Poor Tor, as it turns out, Longtooth Shifter of Nobanian. Cleric. Shifter cleric. Oh, that's a pretty good.
Yeah,
combination.
so like, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to stereotype, but usually that'd be more druid style.
I mean, fair, but these guys are divine worshippers.
That's maybe they can find a leader that isn't a big cat.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Good. We have gone through the goal. We have gone through the leader. Then, I suppose, we will be moving to the beginning of the year with things happening.
I like things happening.
Yes.
Let me remove these minuses. Woo!
I basically had 2 stats higher than 0.
Yeah. As the first thing is a little bit of intel. The cult of Banyan has been broken. The 2 war leaders that are left have each seemingly taken a bit of it. A third basically just disbanded and left to return to their places, their homes. A third went with 1 war leader to clearly stay around the area, presumably to try to foil whatever schemes the Missouri might have. Whatever they might be. And another third, opted to return to the northern Gulfmere, perhaps on the way to Nathlan, to gather new forces or recuperate or live a life. Who really knows?
Live, yes.
Beyond that, an emissary has been sent. Well, has arrived, I suppose, during winter to Imisure's home,
Okay.
waiting patiently and being very respectful, as it were. It is a dwarf wearing fine clothing, showing the sigil of Thunderhome,
All right.
traveling with 2 bodyguards. It's been a fairly easy route. There's no one really bothering people around here. Came through for the Temple of Ogma down south that way.
Yeah.
It's quiet, peaceful.
Oh,
It has
this
been
is
remarked
exciting.
upon a couple of times how peaceful this part of the land is.
Good.
Thing that
Good.
the people here might think is strange, but
Yeah.
a couple towns over, it has not been peaceful.
Yeah. Missouri, a leader here, is willing to entertain visitors. She's been pretty receptive to folks coming to visit, so long as they're not from Nobanian. So by all means, she will greet this dwarf, doing so most likely at the top of the hill, rather than inside the lair.
Sure. Yeah. He's bringing with him a carving of a dragon in stone. Probably like a whitish marble.
Okay.
He hasn't had her likeness, but it's an attempt. It's about a bust-sized, like as of a human head or some such. It has some small value, but
Hold that all the way here from their own. Great. She appreciates craftsmanship, especially when it's gifted towards her. Yeah, she'll accept this.
He'll bow and say that the dragon they are usually involved with appreciates gifts. Thunderhome considered that this might be a trait that this gesture would be appreciated here as well.
She says, "Indeed, I do appreciate it. You have traveled some distance on your legs from Thunderhome. What business do you have with Missouri Leadrith here?"
He seems a little, surprised maybe at coming to the point so fast, as it were. We have spoken around, tried to find solutions to some of the issues our people face in these days. We've established ourselves well in Thunderhome. Not had the honor of a visit, but perhaps that is for the best. We have heard in Redenseer that you have sworn not to travel north of the river.
She says, "That is correct. I acknowledge the Temple of Ogma controls that area, and my business is south of the river. I do not travel north of it."
We've heard tales there that you're an enemy of the dragon, Velignith.
She bobs her head slowly and says, "You may also have heard that I slew a dragon that had threatened the knowledge that the Ogmites had gathered. So I have experience fighting dragons."
He nods. We have had some conflicting reports on your association, this Velignith, yet he is a dragon of interest to us, someone we have attempted to work with in the past. We have, however, found that our relations have felt somewhat chaotic.
Like, sort of like lifts a claw and like rubs it like against like her own chin, like eyes glittering like in the sun as she looks at the ambassador and says, "What is it you seek? Knowledge, ambassador from Thunderhome?"
She says, we seek to understand your position so that perhaps we could offer you something to have a deal similar to that of the Ogmites of Redenseer. The threat of a dragon is best countered with a similar force. Though we do not have knowledge to offer, there are other things we could offer for the stability of simple oath of protection.
She says, ambassador from Thunderholm, I would experience some difficulty safeguarding you, as I do the safety of Redenseer. Given the distance, it is not just a simple flight to the river. I travel across the Giants Run Mountains. You are aware that if I were to aid, it would take some time to respond.
He holds up his hands and nods and says, "Our ballistae and our walls, our caverns, our choke points will protect us sufficiently. I am not worried of our holds being burned, terrorized. What I am worried about is, what we are worried about is not actual conflict with the dragon Malignant. It is simply that we cannot, in good conscience, move forward with our plans in the region, because we constantly have to be wary and careful that this dragon does not come for us. Our deal would mostly be a deterrence. Should he strike, we would hope and expect that you would honor the deal in a counterattack, perhaps, alongside us."
She tilts her head, looks up at the sky, in thought, give this ambassador a few moments to squirm, and says, "You have traveled some distance and must be wary. I invite you the opportunity to stay the night here. We have plenty of meat that you can eat to fill your bags. In the morrow you will receive my answer, or a fervent queries before you make your return trip."
He nods, seemingly relieved that it went this well, and also, pleased. Basically, he is certainly tired and has walked through swamp. There's no road going to the hill, so you sort of gotta take a bit of that trek through the lowlands. He will graciously accept that invitation.
Yeah, they'll be invited. Where rats are clear out of the area. No, they've dealt with dwarves before. Food prepared for them, meat of all of the fine things that have been hunted around here, so the roads remain wonderfully clear.
Have some dire tiger ribs.
Yep.
It's very rare.
Yep. During the night, Imizure, in contemplation and in thinking about Valignus' recent assistance, so it's going to be she's never called late night before, but she's going to interrupt the fairies who are using the sending stone, and she's going to bellow out that the dwarves bring Valignus to the stone.
They'll make appropriate surprised dwarf noises.
She never gets tired of it.
Mugs clattering and playing cards going flying everywhere. After 4 minutes, Valignus will indeed show up and answer the sending stone.
Missouri says, "Valignus, in light of our weathered relationship and considering recent events as they happened here when you so assisted in the cult of No Banyan, I thought to bring you a courtesy."
Do you think our relationship is some sort of, how do the dwarves call it? Quid pro quo? I do something for you, you do something for me?
She says, "Well, as you brought up dwarves, this courtesy does in fact involve them."
Do tell.
She says, "I am currently, for the night, entertaining guests from Thunderholm. The ambassador, after suitable supplication, sought my position on you in regards to how I have aided Redenseer in the considerable evils and dangers that you present."
They're looking for a protector, are they?
She says, "They are looking, as the dwarf genuflected before me, for a deterrent. They seek to perform actions without fearing that you will destroy their hold. So should you end up attacking them, they hope that I will respond and assist.
They've come to you despite the distance and the fact that to get to them you'd have to fly over my territory?
She says, that is correct, such as I brought up that thought with them as well. They believe that their ballistae could hold you off until I arrived.
Alright. If you are indeed looking to do something that would be beneficial for me rather than beneficial for you, which would be something I would like to see, then you would tell them no, it is simply too far. Try to blow them off as politely as you can.
And she says, the alternative would be that I simply say yes and don't, and whatever payment they offer in return for services, I give you half.
No. No, I don't want to engage in that sort of deception with them. It's just gonna backfire. I would like to secure them in a more long-term capacity at some point.
She says, I'm the one who would be deceiving them, yes, unless you do actually plan on attacking them anytime soon.
I don't think I am.
She says, oh.
I just don't think much good will. Perhaps in the short term they would bring tribute to you, we'd share in the gold, or. Well, thinking about it, they might even trade you some of my silver that I am in fact trading with them. Which would be ironic. I have an idea, but I would still like you to not accept helping them.
She says, very well, though I believe there is opportunity here for us both to profit. As Thunderholm is much closer to you, and I have little interest in the dwarves, I will acquiesce to your desire.
Very well. I just want you to know that you do not have to do anything for me to continue helping you. That's the whole point.
She says, you have made me aware.
Good.
She says, there is nothing further, Veligneth.
I do have one thing I would want to bring up while we're talking.
She says, very well, like looking at the stone. Speak your business.
It has come to my attention, and perhaps yours too, that the humans who've claimed the Eel Ford are seeking to provide an alternative means of traveling south compared to your bridge.
She says, I am dimly aware, but I think they will be unsuccessful simply because it is easier to travel over a bridge than it is to use a raft. Besides, there are lizard folk near where they dwell, and travelers do not wish to be eaten or enslaved.
I figured. If you're so confident it's not going to interfere with your business, then I won't worry about it. Otherwise, I would make sure that they indeed fail.
She says, I leave it up to you. You are certainly capable in making others fail. You proved as much.
Take that as a compliment? No, in that case, I will not worry about them. I've got giants to kill soon.
And she says, if you... She says, we have antagonized the hierarchy before. If more of their ilk do descend from those mountains, she says, I do remember the difficulties in stopping the first of their expeditions.
Yes, but last time, things were different.
She says, I have full confidence in your capabilities, and after what I witnessed last year, I hesitate to question your minions. But they are giants, and worthy of respecting their power against our lesser minions.
Perhaps. And perhaps there may come a time where you too see a situation where I could benefit from your help. It's, in fact, very likely. So, that may be something keeping in mind.
She says, as I have not found anything to occupy me, and as you so charged me with finding something to occupy me, perhaps my time will be spent with that.
Good.
Enjoy your plots, Feligna.
I do not. I enjoy more direct means of solving things, which are not yet possible and will not be for many years, but I'm getting there.
About a half minute later, the music starts again from the fairies.
Oh, fine.
In the morrow, though Missouri Leaderthier is respectful towards like the emissary, because she doesn't shoot or eat messengers, and she's willing to encourage this sort of thing. That at this time she cannot commit to offering Thunderholm protection as a deterrent. It would be disingenuous of her to make such an offer.
And
The dwarf sits there muted, deep in thought.
He'll simply. He did, yeah. But he'll give it a moment, and then he will nod and thank the dragon for her time.
Of course.
The journey to return will be long. Thank you for your assistance in providing supplies. Perhaps sometime in the future, things would be different.
She says, perhaps they will be different.
And he'll take his.
in response to that bit of news, there's something quite bizarre and convoluted I would like to do.
Okay.
Veliknev would like to send probably some of the the dwarfs actually combined with one of the skinwings south into the Giants Run Mountains to make contact with the Silver Dragon and invite him to the Dragon Fane.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, that sounds like a thing to go searching for.
What is it you desire, my lord? And Velignev gestures like sweepingly towards the mountains to the south.
Find him.
You will trek through the mountains to seek a silver dragon.
I mean,
It will all make sense
hostile
soon.
terrain. It is hostile terrain. They do have flight, which helps a lot to find people, find things. You do also have these tribes who actually currently... You've been there before, I suppose. Is the way I'll say it. Maybe there even were some dwarves still there,
Yeah,
stationed when they were agitating and whatnot.
And they also really don't have any time pressure.
Yeah. I think it's just that's just a base role. There's some difficulties, there's some benefits to doing it, but overall I think we just say it's a find information role. I'm just opening my thing here to make sure that I use the right rule for you.
It is being informed, influence plus sovereignty.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Just need a success.
Do I get a bonus because the tribes of the Giant Run Mountains are on my side here? You
would, but I negated the penalty for simply searching somewhere so far away.
That seems fair. Alright. Double nines.
Right. So they do it, and they do it really well. Which means I'll even give you some information. They locate the dragon and observe it from a little distance and tell you that it looks weak. It looks either wounded or somehow weak. It doesn't hunt far from its like little cave it stays in.
That's perfect.
Good. Then they'll invite it.
Yeah.
What should they say to get him to show up?
I don't think there's gonna be any amount of deception involved here. Basically, the Dragonfane is pretty much neutral ground as far as Dragonkind is concerned. It's not like Velignus' place. It's not. Well, it's sort of definitely aligned towards Tiamat, but in general, it's like a diplomatic outpost. And in that capacity, that's the capacity that the invitation would come in. This silver dragon lives in the same mountain range, and Velignus does not see that it ever has to come to blows, but for that to be made sure of, there should be a bit of a personal talk.
Right.
It's also a place where it can, rest a bit. If it so desires. It's not like it's just allowed to show up and talk. It can stay there for a bit if it likes. And if the disagreements are too great, it will be assured that there won't be any violence.
I bet it's going to enjoy arriving and seeing that Velignus is the chosen of Tiamat.
Well, I'm sure there's some common ground that can be found there. Velignus' vision has always included the metallic kind too.
Yeah.
We've been pretty straight about that. Which map do you want me to put him on? On Serpent Valley? For that,
yeah, sure.
for that meeting ground over there. I should really put that closer, but there were other maps that seemed important at the time. Oh, Velignus over here too. There we go. Sure. He will arrive. People do. Skin wings here. As an escort. Yeah. Then it'll be a breezy morning when the large silver dragon, bigger than he is, but not like a size category bigger. Will thump down tiredly. It's taking quite a while for it to get this far. There's been multiple stops along the way. As it'll land.
Velignus will observe, sitting in his neutral stance in the center of the plateau.
A slight bit of a raspy breath, and you can see the cold of the silver dragon sort of freezing the stones around it. Yes,
Well, like a tiny nod as an acknowledgement of its arrival.
it will look up at him, see its eyes are slightly red ringed. It will speak. I have encountered another of your kind to the south. Less accommodating, I admit.
I would describe myself as somewhat of a visionary when it comes to interactions between our kind.
Sort of just sits there for a moment, as if contemplating, looking at him. What sort of a posture? Velignus sort of.
Velignus has pretty much practiced his posture over many years at this point. He generally sits, tail slung about him, pretty straight, with a facial expression that, there might be a hint of smugness, a hint of overconfidence, perhaps, but in general, he is mostly observing, just the world in general, as well as any visitors who come here.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
As he'll say, I'm pleased that you accepted my invitation. I figured there might be some hesitation, perhaps the thought that, well, you killed another. Perhaps I have a grudge about that. But I can assure you that none of that is relevant.
He shakes his head. I did not kill her. No. I could not in my current state.
You did not?
No.
Who did then?
Just think for a moment. Coughing slightly. I don't think anyone did.
That is bizarre. And I mean no offense when I say that you seem to be in quite the sorry state. I'm surprised you survived the journey as I'm looking at you.
I come from far to the south. Across the Shah Desolation. I have flown a long while, and this is not the terrain I would favor.
And why did you fly in the first place? I mean, north in general.
The direction was less important than it was getting away from my home.
Away from what, exactly?
He said a slight wheezing of his breath as he gets closer. There is a sickness that strikes all true dragons in my home. It spreads amongst us quickly, saps our strength, weakens us. We wither and die. Plague, some would call it.
That would have been good to know before you arrived here.
He nods. I have no intention of spreading it, even to your kind. Though it did, when the other found out about it, scare her off. She did not wish to engage me after finding out. I am hoping that a different place, far away, could cure me in some way. A place I could rest and recover.
Well, if you need a place to rest and recover, this might be one of those potential places, even if I'm wary of your condition. I must say, this is not exactly what I hoped to talk about when I invited you here.
I expected not.
Do you know the origin of this sickness?
I do not personally, no, but it strikes all metallics and chromatics alike. The natives, the humans, are unaffected. I can only assume it is some sort of, she said, blood curse or something. It burns inside. I have lived longer than those of your coloring, or others even. The whites and my own kin are less affected due to the cold in our blood. Keeps the fevers manageable.
Hearing this, I think Villinger's posture would change a bit. His neutral, almost cordial attitude, going a bit towards, the obvious, usual Red Dragon anger. Not directed at the Silverhead, however, you'll say. Seems deliberate, doesn't it? A sickness infecting only our kind, working strongest against the chromatics?
She said, no, strongest against those of us with fire in our hearts. Weaker against those of cold.
That is even worse.
He seems to maybe disagree, but, that's how it goes. She says, it might well be deliberate. We have been humbled before. This will likely make that none of our kind remain in the region. Had you not found me this year, I feared perhaps that the locals would have turned me into shields or mail, bone arrows and such. Our bodies are certainly valuable to them.
That they may be.
The sickness leaves them fairly intact.
Tell you what, you may stay here. You will receive food if you desire. I am afraid I can't offer your preferred locale, although downstairs you will find a few options, to say the least. Certainly try to make this place accommodating for most of our kind. I, in the meantime, will not stay here. However, I will try to find cure. Or, bearing that, at least help you in particular. Although I expect you know that I will ask for something in return should I be successful.
He'll nod slightly. I will honor such a deal, though you may well expect my limitation.
I intend to give you a task that you will find very much to your liking, in fact. One that you might have even done without me doing anything for you. But in your current state, that's not going to be possible.
He shakes his head. No, I can barely hunt for myself. If you have a pool of cool water below, that would be most suitable.
Water, yes. Cool, I can't vouch for.
I will take care of that part then. If you don't mind. It is best we do not get too close to one another. I am not exactly sure how this spreads. I only know it does, and quickly.
Yes, I think that's wise.
Could you give me a persuasion check here with a +2?
Sure.
With your general demeanor. Do we call it diplomacy? I think we do.
It's diplomacy.
Diplomacy. Yeah.
Yeah, usually Valentine was one of those who, like, diplomatizes with hidden threats, but I don't think that's really something I could argue for in this case. Because this is very much relevant to me, and I am being genuine, so...
He's sort of expecting, something to be bad here. You're being very reasonable. Simply for follower Tiamat, towards whom he is somewhat prejudiced.
Somewhat, yeah.
Somewhat.
20.
All right, yeah, okay. That's pretty good. You're not really trying to lie, and he certainly has insight to know if you were, I think. Which, it puzzles him, but he's not really in a position here to... He just seems relieved at the thought of some shelter that's not like rock or whatever. And will gladly go downstairs to rest, if you will permit it.
Yeah.
Beyond that, he'll introduce himself by name. He's Rirmanthier, the Silver Dragon South.
Rirmanthier the Sad. Gonna be his title.
Plague Bearer.
Oh no. Also going the wrong way. The pool's to the left.
Oh, sure. We'll put him over here.
The right side is in fact terribly hot and he wouldn't like it.
No, he needs to. He needs to keep cool.
So, a sickness that has a worse impact on those with fire on their hearts. How does Valignus feel at the end of that conversation?
I mean, I don't think he's the kind of person in general who thinks along the, like, what's the word? He's not a pragmatist. He doesn't think about the things that common people would think about, like, oh god, I should not invite this guy. His first train of thought was that this sickness is a weapon against dragonkind, and he has found his new enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, something down the south is has stepped over line, and he's gonna do everything in his power to find out who that was and to remove them. The hierarchy can wait, everything can wait.
Though, to be fair, could you give me like a history check?
Sure. I don't care if what I'm saying is true or not, I'm gonna still
No, of course not.
pursue that.
Valigna should be good at that after the riddle. 21.
Yeah. Then I can tell you at least that that if this guy comes from south of the Shar Desolation, he comes from a very long way away. South of the Dragon Coast here, you have the Shining Plains. Then you would have the Vilhorn Reach. Even further south lies the Shah Desolation across the Firestar Mountains. Then, well, if you move even more southern than that, I mean, his history check basically wouldn't be enough for him to really know what lies there.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he'll just, fight this plague then, because that seems relevant. It's still fighting,
Oh yeah. But going there seems like a large commitment to do.
Yeah.
It is halfway across the world.
Maybe in
Same distance as they would be.
maybe in Dragon lifetime terms, he'll do it at some point.
Yeah, there's plenty of time.
Yeah, but this is alright. This was not my plan when I contacted this guy. This is worse. Need to fix Thunderhome for me. Stop being sick. Jesus.
He would love to.
Yeah.
Beyond that, he will also, since he's here, he will send someone to tell you. You seemed interested in the other red dragon, and he doesn't know if you know her.
No.
But if you're interested, her name is Hesaphe, the Midnight Sun.
That's a cool name.
She chose it, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Dragons have a tendency of doing that.
She's a bit full of herself, as far as he could understand.
What was the name?
Hesaphe.
Red dragon.
I can
Hesaphe, the Midnight Sun.
here, so you get the spelling.
You also spell the silver dragon for me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the token.
Yeah, but I just zoomed to a different place.
He didn't do he didn't really do an epitaph to his name there. He's more humble, perhaps. Hesaphe.
Fear. Okay. Very good.
You could say that as far as he could tell from his very brief encounter with Hesaphe, she is a rude, brutish, overpoweringly sort of in personality, and really just brooks no competition or contest.
That seems alright. Alright, I think with that revelation, sending stones will need to be used here.
Right.
Hey.
I imagine that this is going to be like months into the
yeah.
into the future of where this year is, but sure.
It's gonna be sometime later.
I don't think the fairies will spook quite like the dwarves do. They'll be delighted instead that something has changed. Someone has spoken to them.
Like, just a moment, and then bling, bling, you get a little music while waiting.
Yep. Waiting music, like please hold. Like a few minutes later, Emizuri is like, "Yes, Valignus, have you changed your mind regarding Thunderhome?"
No. This is convoluted, so I'm going to leave most of it out, but if it interests you, you may ask. I may have invited a dragon who is sick with some sort of sickness that works only on dragons. And I need you to use your contacts in Redens here to find anything that can help, like books. You have books.
She says, "Yeah, I'll pursue that."
Good. And please be quick about it.
She says, The pursuit of knowledge is never a swift task, Valignith. Quoting like some sort of like bullshit that like the Ogmites have like thrown at her.
Fine. As a side note, I may be abandoning the Dragon Fane for a little bit. I suggest you also do not come here.
She blinks in confusion. This is startling news for her. Like, hold on. You're letting... and she just sort of like splutters and says, huh.
Well, it is about time I find a proper lair somewhere. The Dragon Fane is, after all, not my property, but our property, and my tiny hovel in its depths isn't exactly the most pleasant. It feels about time, especially since some distance to a plague-ridden kin would be very preferable at this point.
She says, very well. I will inform her secretary.
Yes,
Unless
that
you
is...
do not desire me to.
Oh, please do.
And she says, all right. She says, I will not inquire further. I will be in touch with you if I've discovered anything pertinent.
Very good. And if you should happen upon anyone who's particularly interested in medicine and such, this seems like a good opportunity to put that skill to use.
She says, yeah, but does not sound like convinced or committed to that.
I just want to add that I believe that what I'm witnessing here is an attack on all dragonkind. Perhaps I'm exaggerating. Perhaps it is just, well, the first and the last we will see of this thing happening far, far to the south, but I do not believe so.
She says, we'll talk later, Valignith.
Fine.
And then to sort of speed this process along, Imizure will get in touch with her cicatrix in the means that we have articulated and inform her of Valignith's current situation as far as Imizure Legiothere is aware. So now we're cicatrix can know.
Yeah, there'll be like a message. It's like message received.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Okay.
Yeah. I was like, good to know. I guess I'm like in the middle of like a war here. It's like, yeah. I mean, she would definitely. It's the wizards who are doing it. Of course it is.
Of course.
Always wizards.
Yep, always wizard.
You know.
Alright. And then, since I don't think waiting makes much sense, although I do hate to be hogging this much time.
Well, I tell you
go ahead.
a little bit more, because you have another visitor.
Great. Who is that?
You time hog. God, Ares trying to do shit here.
There you are, just stealing all the
okay.
spotlight. Well, it just works out that way sometimes. Yeah, because a monk will arrive. You can recognize them because you've seen monks before.
True.
Arrive at the fane, carrying themselves in a secure manner. But if we assume that Valignith is busy these days, or at least maybe he's out ranging or something, as he's informed that a visitor has arrived.
Right.
To allegedly speak to him.
Well, he is in fact terribly busy, but he'll entertain visitors. He'll probably just come back at some point from a scouting trip across the Serpent Valley, landing somewhat more irritable than perhaps usual, as he'll regard this human with like a over the nose look. before settling down, trying to at least seem approachable. Before he says, "Speak then. You must have come a long way, as this place is not easily accessible, so you've earned at least a few words."
He'll walk close and give a deep bow. Says, "I have indeed come from far away, the nation of Nathlan. I seek the great Western dragon by the name Velignith, who serves the queen of his kind."
You found him.
"I represent the clan of Zun. I have been sent here to observe your kind. It was thought that you, by word, is an exemplary member of your species." He seems a little bit like nervous, like a little, what do you call it? Like a...
Agitated?
No, you know when people meet a celebrity?
He's
Okay.
starstruck.
Starstruck, yeah.
All right, that does turn Wigner from irritable to, a bit peacock.
Mhm.
All right.
Sit up straight.
Yeah.
As he'll say, "I know not how much you know of the city of Nathlek, the capital of Nathlek.
Pretend I know nothing, and give me a summary in as few words as you can."
The city is ruled by the Cat Lord and his council. Our people, the Zhao, were refugees and were taken in. Yet now the city consists mostly of our clans. The strongest clan, Neng, is the current head of the council of advisors for the Cat Lord. They support him strongly, yet the city is always fraught with intrigue. Many different points of view exist. Clan Zun believes that the old ways should be honored. The celestial bureaucracy should be kept in regard, though we have no bureaucrats of our native school in these lands. I have been sent here to see if the paths of the Western dragons are in any way alike to those of the Eastern, if the celestial bureaucracy could be interpreted from the actions of you."
Does Velignov know what the celestial bureaucracy is?
Give me a religion check.
I can do that. I have a vague inkling as a player, in which case that seems like a great thing to pursue. But who knows? Religion. Where's it? 13. 32.
That's pretty good. Maybe it's somewhat tangentially aligned to what he believes should be important. The people of Karatur, a land far, far to the east, where the Shao people came from, have a different divine tradition than Faerun, as it were, which is where we are. The continent, essentially, is Faerun. They believe, or at least in their continent, it works that there is the upper world of the celestial, where heaven exists, where souls go when they die, and that is ruled by dragons. Dragons that look slightly different, they're longer and have sort of a different disposition generally, but dragons. Beyond that, all dragons upon the world are said to be agents working for the dragons of the heavens. And thus, by following the orders and sort of the philosophies of these dragons, other beings can find enlightenment and ways to enter into the higher ranks of this heaven when they die. Or just have an orderly, a good society, a society that functions and is efficient and find a good life and so forth. Find strength. Depends on the dragon, really. That's sort of the short of it. Yeah.
All right. And you want to observe me because you want to see how plausible your approach is.
He nods. I do not believe the Western ambassadors are in direct contact. However, your actions might well betray the will of heaven. If this is true, we would seek such approaches rather than those of the Cat Lord. We are not in a strong position, but perhaps interpretations of heaven could lead us to have a more advantageous position in the future.
Understand. This is certainly the best place you could have approached.
We have heard of the strength of the Western dragons upon the fields to the north of our home. It is said they broke the servant, the Cat Lord, and splayed her body upon the ground. News traveled fast, and I have aimed to travel faster, for we must be the first to harness such power if it's possible.
I'm not particularly fond of the word harness, but I think we can find some common ground.
Balkan, all I would ask is that I am allowed to stay here, learn from your people, of you perhaps, maybe even follow you upon your tasks so that I may see how you act. I will be quiet and observant, and a model visitor.
I think that's acceptable. Do you happen to know anything about medicine?
He pauses for a moment and then shakes his head. There are masters of such things in our cities, but I am not one of them.
That's a shame. Well, you can stay regardless.
He'll give a couple of bows, and then he'll simply step to the side, saying, thank you very much. I am honored to be in your presence. And he seems to mean it.
Right. Sure.
Then he will sort of stand at the edge, sort of watching. Very quietly, very sort of blending in with the surroundings, really.
The curiosity I have as a player for you, Sheep, is why Valignith has agreed to this without asking anything in return from the emissary, we'll call him.
I mean, I'm thinking that, this is just a guy who's come to see the magnificence that is Valignith to decide whether or not Neflan should follow him, or at least Dragonkind in general, and that is exactly what he wants, so he's already getting something in return. And if he has any questions, then sure, he'll ask the guy, but that's like secondary. There's a whole plague to worry about.
Playing into that peacock, I see. Okay, yeah. Got it.
Alright, I do want to do one last thing, and then we can continue. But this seems important. Valignith would like to undertake a ritual. A ritual of consulting the mystic sages. The mystic Tiamat sages that may or may not have heard of this plague. It is a level 10 ritual that will cost him 400 gold. And it lets him ask a single question about matters beyond your ken. He makes a religion check with a plus 10 bonus instead of an arcana or history check to uncover a clue, remember a bit of lore, or otherwise gain information about the world around you. That sounds like it would be fitting. I would love to link you the text, but I can't copy it out of my character builder. You have it. Alright.
It's almost like I've taken care of that.
Yeah.
You have. Right.
And provided that for live viewers as well in the live chat.
Oh yes, great. Thank you, Graf.
Damn, it works fast.
That's something this monk guy can witness, He said that the Western Dragon might not be in contact with the heavens. Like, screw you. Look at who I can ask instead. Like, they're way better. They know things. So I guess I'll just make the check.
Yeah.
Sure.
Would be a history check.
What specific single piece of information is Valignov trying to learn?
Single question: How to cure dragon plague?
Information can take the form of a word, a name, a phrase, or even a brief story, depending on what exactly you're looking for. But cannot uncover information beyond the ken of the most learned sages, which might be good to know.
I mean, the most learned sages. I'll take the advice. So, wait, it is replaced with a religion check plus 10, which makes that a 37.
That's pretty good. Given the DC, I can certainly tell you. All right. He will find information that others have found, essentially, of this place in a place very far to the south. You may not know where it is, but yeah. Let's see. The mystic sages suggest it should be done as a question. How should my answer be formed?
Word, name, phrase, or brief story. I think a haiku would also be applicable.
Yeah, that's great. Cool.
Yes.
So you want a cure? Sure. A name would be kind of a bullshit answer from the sages. They could give you one, but that's not really helpful. Phrase? A brief story, perhaps? Yeah, that could be a thing. Far to the south, you will find. Other dragons have suffered from this, many of them, to tell the truth, in a place called the Copper Mountains. Many dragons died, many fled. One crashed nearby a village, and though unlikely it was, the villagers decided this was an omen of good. They took care of the dragon, even as it was too weak to open its mouth. They cooled it down, they fed it, they watered it, and did so for a long time. A year, 2 perhaps even. But eventually, the dragon got better. By not having to move, or fly, or suffer any sort of strain, by simply lying and being cooled down, the body was able to push away the plague by itself. Beyond that, no cure has been found. And most dragons do not have servants who are so willing to take care of them in such a time of weakness.
All right. Sounds only marginally worse than the Curse of Lethargy, so we've been there.
Beyond that, I suppose there would be lots of recordings of dragons having dropped from the sky mid-flight or some such, as they've simply moved too much, gotten too overheated, and just passed out and died.
Oh fuck. I'm used to that happening to birds, not dragons.
Yeah, alright. Great. Actually, a useful bit of information though. And with that, yeah, I think we'll spend some time looking for a new temporary hovel to stay in that is not in the Dragon Fane, but that'll be his actions for now.
You look down at the churned up earth of the valley.
Yeah, maybe not in the valley, but maybe he'll make a side passage in his silver mine.
He goes back into the Underdark to find his first lair.
Yeah, no, that's probably flooded at this point. I don't really want that.
All right. Does anyone else have anything they want to keg up?
Harry, you've been waiting in the wings.
That was a lot to take in.
It was?
A dragon plague, huh? Yeah, that's great. Great. Just what we need.
Well, though, as long as it doesn't spread here,
Yeah,
it could also just be someone
let's
else.
not take it.
Clearly, like the
Yeah.
most reasonable solution is to kill the dragon that's bringing it up here. But Felignith of all dragons is like, I'll just give it my entire lair.
It seems the red dragon to the south here decided, nah, go north and deal with that.
Yeah, it's fine now. It can rest. Yeah. Um. Well, I don't know if I should wait for everyone to move or I should move first.
Well, there might actually be something here that might interest you as well, because this guy doesn't go by turn. But given that there's a little quiet here, I'll just get now. So you're currently functioning as the police in Tizir,
Yes.
and you will receive, or your people rather, will receive a missive from a ship sailing into the Tizir harbor. Ships have been avoiding this city because it's been bad recently. But some people, there's always people who are in a bad shape or have suffered pirate attacks or some such, and this ship certainly looks to be one of those. As it will arrive with harpoons on the sides and whatnot. Your people will inform you that it is apparently a message from a dragon, a black dragon of Lake of Dragon.
Okay.
It is a very cordially worded demand for tribute.
From the merchant lords?
Oh, but from you too. Well, you're marked. Whoever really wishes for this, for them to be able to utilize the port.
Okay. Does it leave a name?
Oh yes, of course it does. It is Sunrerio. Oh God, Sunserio Therios.
Do I know that name?
Yeah, of course you do. I mean, it's like
I'm native.
a younger black dragon than you. As with the black dragons in this region, you don't have the same parents or anything, but it's generally considered that you would be some sort of distant kin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much younger, though? Like,
I mean, you're smaller than you. Remember that?
oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Though was might be the operative word here.
yeah,
The kind of dragon you might have thrown out of their lair and, mocked and pushed around and whatnot. As is proper for one of your age.
well, I have been sadly weakened by an evil witch. But I mean, there's no way I'm not paying tribute. So now I'm just wondering whether I should send a message back telling them that there is already a black dragon claiming this place, or not.
It is by the way, it is signed the true heir of the Black Doom, lord of all the Dragonmere and all land that touches it.
What does that even mean?
It means that the Black Doom is the ancient dragon that once ruled Cormyr. This dragon saying that it is the true heir to that name, and that it rules all the Dragonmere, and all the land that touches it must pay it.
Wow.
So it's a letter. since apparently it doesn't have a very active messenger anymore.
Still hasn't gotten around to
She
report.
just looks at it like she just looks at this just like what is this even?
Mhm.
And
The sailors will inform you that Sahagin attacked the ship, and they were only spared by giving all their goods and agreeing to deliver this message to the city.
where was their ship coming from?
It was coming from Marsember up here
Okay.
with some supplies.
Hmm. Uh, so are they hurt? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, some of the sailors didn't make it.
So just to brutally murder them and steal the boat.
Oh, she could certainly. I mean, there's no real
Actually,
position to stop her. The boat is not particularly nice; it's damaged now, but yeah, I mean,
you're
she certainly is a position if she just wants to murder the people and take the boat.
well, I figured that's a good message, you know? I mean, I don't know. Are they to bring a message back?
Yeah, they're Comerian sailors, if that factors in. But
Tyrion?
yeah, they're not. They're not. Apparently, you should just sail out and dump the tribute into the sea. Yeah.
Okay. Here's what's gonna happen, though. This might be a bad idea, but I think that murder them all.
Okay.
They're gonna sail out to the appointed place and dump all the dead bodies of the messengers in the water.
Sure. That won't be difficult, though it's. Well, do you want to be quiet about it, or are you okay with the city and people knowing you did it?
I mean, you're the police, right? You might as well have them know, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I guess they're not supposed to know that I'm murdering Cormyrian people.
They're not so like they're not like of the nation. They're just like it's their ethnicity.
Oh, right.
Like,
They're
they're clearly
pirates.
servants of this dragon, but like
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they're just merchants who the dragon's servants demanded they give this message.
Oh,
They're not associated with the dragon. Yeah. They're very terrified, really.
well, they should be, but not of that dragon.
Well, that's the only dragon they've heard of here.
Yeah, yeah. God, I have to think about that a little bit.
Okay, they just wish for there to be tribute paid, so that, people can go on with their business. And
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
I have made good experiences by being known everywhere. Just saying.
No, yeah, and that's the thing, right? I feel like no, she gotta dump the fuck it. She's gonna dump the bodies in the water.
all right, then we'll attack a Comerian cross here. This is direct violence. That'll be 2 crosses.
What? Against traders?
Yeah, I mean, the people of the Dragon Coast.
Whatever.
That
I
is-
mean,
that is a
it's
whole
the
lot
more-
of enhancement that Cormier is having on one single.
yeah, I was
merchant
gonna say
vessel.
it's pirates who are doing it, not like
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. They don't know it's you.
no, they don't.
You've been quiet so far. That's true.
I don't exist.
That's true. That's true. The harbors would know, but they're not here.
Yeah, well, they can suck it. Yeah, So he will receive just the dead bodies of his messengers in the water, because that is preposterous. And she might even send the letter to Missouri just so she can also laugh at it. At the preposterous young dragons these days. You know.
I think Emmy's really gets the letter and she thinks to herself, "Oh, good, someone else who also murders messengers." Like,
Yeah. It's
thinking
like
of Malignant murdering killing a messenger of a black dragon.
No, but read the letter though. Like,
I
it's
know,
ridiculous.
right?
We're not giving tribute to some.
Well, I mean, it's more polite way. It's more like he says that your life goal should be to attempt to please him, and you can do so but he will offer you the great honor of him accepting your gifts as you deliver
No,
them.
she's just made like a ring around the name, like his stupid long title of being like
Known Kinslayer and the Heart Eater.
Emmy's reads the letter and she thinks to herself, "Has anyone ever thought of just telling like people like there's dragons here in Desir, seats taken?" But she's like, "Whatever. What do I know?"
No, yeah. Well, he basically claimed he was the leader of the whole thing. That's wait, of just the Lake of Dragons, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, he's not. So I suppose he thinks that he is.
I mean, certainly he's portrayed that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what would humans know, right?
You chose to insult him in return for his graciousness.
Yeah, I did.
It's good. There's no immediate response.
No. Well, he can come beat up the Vision Lords. He can come, let the we take over, and then he can come and take revenge, and then win. That's fine. Yeah. All right. Well, that's me for now.
All right. Anyone else have anything immediate they want to throw themselves into?
No.
Okay, good. First ones to go this time is Sembia. And Sembia wants to give out the money because that is how they do.
He's Zambia. Think of all the good things Valinor
If
has done.
Cormier was just this nice with their money, maybe they wouldn't be hated so much. Oh my god. They're monsters.
Yes. Money. Yep. Money.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Barely, but yes. Okay, good.
No, but the first roll, 2 9s, 2 8s.
Oh yeah, they only need to really have a success. So it's a bit of what they're doing here is basically using their assets, which is all their merchant connections and such, to just make money that they can then support people with. So Valignith and the Marked can both take +1 temporary treasure. They will also give some money to the Captain's Council and to the various cults, because that is a great idea and will definitely not impact them negatively in any manner.
Well, it won't, because they are not over here. So.
Marked, with your money here will come an offer.
Yeah.
You're currently, effectively in control of the city of Tisir.
Yeah. True.
Some people would like their puppet in control of the city. It would be a great place for them to counter-influence Cormier, and would expand their influence in the Dragon Coast, which is something they want to do, so the Cormier doesn't do it. So how about being in a conspiracy with the Sembian lords to take over Tisir?
Did we see no reason for that not to happen?
All right.
I think. Well, I mean, the problem is that they're really a lot stronger
They
than
are.
us. But
powerful.
it's also very far away from their jurisdictions. I mean, let's be honest. What can I do to stop them?
I mean, you can say no. They'll have to find someone else who can help them.
Yeah, then they're gonna go to
Yeah,
fucking
if you
Temple of
say no, they'll
Asmodeus.
ask the cult of Asmodeus.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna say yes. Yes, of course we'll help.
Okay, great. Cool. Then they will want to send some more mercenaries your way
Yeah, please.
who
Give
can
me
help essentially liberate the city and ideally, remove the obstacles, and then place some members of Serbian.
Yeah.
Serb-
So
Zambian
the obstacles.
merchant family.
What's the definition of that? The wasted wheat, Temple of Asmodeus.
They don't really care about the Asmodean temple. I mean, that's there's some aligned considerations there, but yeah, the wasted wheat will have to be beaten into submission. Obviously, they can't have that. The merchant lords will have to be replaced. They have clearly proven incompetent and unable.
Yes, I mean I have
Look,
some people I could volunteer.
And law enforcement will have to be put up, and Serbian merchant families will have their cousins and stuff, take the seats.
Yeah, sure.
And then
I can
Serbia will
agree.
have favorable contracts and a way to project power in the region,
Yeah.
which is what they desire. More importantly, Komir won't.
That's what I'm thinking. Fuck Cormier.
Most excellent. Then Serbia has no time to spare. Let's
Yeah,
go.
but we'll say that we have some people who could also be in the much better than the stupid merchant council.
Hmm. Good. Serbia is very into this. They have their eyes on the goal. You will have to act, though. They ideally don't want to be seen by Komir as being the direct aggressors here.
No, that's fine.
That is not
Give
something they
resources.
desire. Instead, they will help buy you some more weapons and people, for that matter. Temporary people who can go and march up and down streets and such. Let's see here. They'll definitely do that with money.
Money.
Money is what they do. So they will try
God.
to use their money to increase your might.
At least they're not shy about it.
No.
They're like, we're rich and we can buy the
Oh yes, you have +1 might as well.
Thank you.
Now go kick out the wasted wheat.
I would love to.
Go make that happen.
Yes.
You have money. You have power.
So what do I roll for that?
Well, if you really want to destroy them,
I do.
Yeah, I mean, what you really want to do then is destroy their might, right? So they can't interfere.
Yes.
Okay, then you want to do what's called a preemptive strike, which is just an attack using your might and treasury
Huh.
versus their
Okay.
might and territory.
We'll do that.
Do that. Now, they are a popular movement, and they have definitely been trying to. That said, there's not really time for it. It's not their turn yet. Zambia literally is the first one, so I figure you just go.
Yes. Well,
Your huffed up stats and
yeah.
Sempian.
Trying to remember. Did I enroll my dragon last time?
You did.
I did.
Yes, you kept it secret with enough successes, but you did.
Yeah.
The Harpers found out, but then they
Yeah,
moved on.
They moved. Yeah. Just wondering I should do that again. I feel like maybe it's not easy, right? Surely the people can also do. No, but can they really be trusted? I don't think they. No, the Cicatrix will go in. Because God, it's so stupid. Shit. Oh Lord.
All right. You can be very fast, or and you can also have one for stealth. Okay. Well, they will defend themselves. Obviously, that's no okay. They don't defend themselves, which means you do 1 damage to their might, in addition to the temporary one they spent trying to defend themselves.
Do I also keep it secret for that roll?
Well, you basically get 2 successes, right? You have a 777, which is a fast strike.
Yeah,
And you have an 8-8, which is also a tough strike. So yes, you can keep it secret.
great.
You might want to do the.
I'm gonna do it again,
Oh well, fair enough.
right? Or what were you
Yeah,
about
no,
to say?
do it. Remember that it costs you -1 to might or treasury.
Yeah, I know. What were you gonna say?
That
might
you're good for
wanna-
now. No one knows at the moment. As long as you can get 2 successes and they don't get, more than that, then you're good. That said, without their support, because literally this is the worst initiative for them, and Sebia going first. They'll try.
Really not great.
Yeah. No.
Oof. Yes. Haha.
So a secret of sorts, but not
It's,
as well hidden of a secret.
It's secret because no one attempted to learn,
No one is alive to learn.
essentially. All right, you can deduct another might or
Yeah.
treasure.
All right.
Yeah, they're on the last ropes. They cannot currently defend against any more such attacks.
Oh, so
Yes, as
should
long as
I
we
do it again?
You could attack them again if you want to permanently reduce their stats. That would be now.
I do want to do that. Yeah, so that would still be my treasury. All right.
As essentially you're just like running through the streets, like kicking down doors and
Oh yeah.
dragging people out. And
Harpers aren't here to protect you now.
yeah. Yep, that's a success. Which will reduce their might permanently.
-1 treasury.
Now, not enough to destroy them yet. You would need to reduce 2 of their stats to 0, one of which must be territory or sovereignty. I can tell you their sovereignty is still pretty good. They still feel pretty good about their cause. Their territory is not very good. They don't have any real places to live. You could attack that to try to reduce it to 0, or you could push on with might. They have some of it, certainly, but they can't defend.
Can I try and learn with one of my questions which one is
You
lowest?
certainly can, yeah.
Yes, please.
I can tell you currently their might is 3 -4, so they'd be at -1 permanent at the moment. To reduce that to 0, you would want to attack or strike that twice more successfully. Their territory is 0 out of 1, so you would want to attack that once more. If you could do that, then you could essentially wipe out their faction. They would be unable to
Okay.
have
3
no
more successful attacks, like 2 against might, 1 against territory, and they'll be gone.
Yeah, I'm gonna be pretty fucking drained though.
Mhm.
But we gotta try, right?
What Sembia wants, certainly.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, but God, how do I know they're just not gonna throw me out on my ass? Do it. You know?
And, the merchant lords be more than happy for you to take care of this problem that they hired you for, so that they can take care of you.
Well,
The merchant is here right now giving you thumbs up. Yes, do it. More. Get rid of these people.
yeah, well, they
It's
better
been the
fucking
worst for
pay
like
up.
years. Oh, definitely. As soon as they get time to just recuperate.
No. Gonna,
You could just attack once more then, and just like attack their territory, so that you just completely nuke their territory.
What is that still might and treasury? Or?
Just for a different goal, yeah.
Okay, that I'll do. Looking at a lot list eyes.
Basically, you just like boot them out of the fucking city.
Yeah, that is best.
Do it.
Racing their camps and taking all their little strong defensive positions and such. It's a bad time to be wasted wheat. Has always been bad time for them, really. Yes. Well, they were winning at one point.
Yeah, well.
With a lot of help And then suddenly,
Rats.
they'll welcome it.
I
Really,
created that faction. I'm so proud of them.
it has been a struggle to. Tizia has not been allowed a single round to actually recover anything. They're just
No, well,
state of continuous anarchy.
yeah, and the Mike will report the progress to Zambia. It's just
Right.
is there any way that we can I mean, obviously we're in a hard position as we're dependent on the merchant lords since they hired us to pay us. So if they are replaced, we'll be some kind of recompensation.
Of course.
Surely that's understandable.
I mean, if you could actually do the job, yeah, then of course they would have to allocate more funds to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, it does take a long time to talk back and forth because they're like,
No, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
However, if the marked are incapable, of course, Zambia could find other mercenaries. Surely that would be more than happy to.
That's true.
To partake in this.
I mean, so far we've done good though.
Yeah, you've done good.
So yeah.
I'd say they're very anxious because as soon as Cormier gets their shit together and pulls together and begins supporting the wasted wheat in a similar way,
yeah, it's true, isn't it?
Zambia knows that they already took over.
Can I do
this town here?
More though? Is the question.
So, in our situation, I'd say it's a bad idea, which means this is a great opportunity to compel your dragon.
That's true. See it done.
Yeah.
Like if this is something your character's divided on, then absolutely means because dragon compulsions make poor choices, baby.
Yeah. Fuck. That's true. Oh yeah, that is
right. So you will do this job, and you will get a draconic essence for doing so.
Yeah, that's
Which,
nice.
could help you in one of the roles if need be. But they can't defend themselves. They literally can't. Nor will the Cult of Asmodeus actually defend them.
No, of course they will not.
There are limits. There are limits because they one thing. They want the dragons dead, but they don't actually want a super powerful Cormier in the world. That is a bad news thing for them. It's sort of a divided issue here.
I fucking need more resources here. Is there any way to gain?
You can use sovereignty and another one of your statistics to try and scrounge up.
Can I use sovereignty and influence? Try and call in favors from pirates.
Yeah, increase treasure. Say.
Yeah.
I think so. Could make sense.
Listen here, merchant lords, you fucking give me some money, damn it.
Yeah.
Hey, Thunder gangs in Westgate. We need some give me some of that money.
We do it.
Well, it's success. So yeah, you can reduce your sovereignty or influence by 1 and add 1 to temporary to treasury.
My news is just keep racking up.
Yeah, it's fine, right? It's fine. Now we have, 6 dice again.
Right? I mean, the dragons have 2 goals about Tizir, so.
It's true. If you want to speed us through level 16
here,
we do it.
All right, yeah. You make another attack. Your people are grumbling. They're a little angry, perhaps, that they have to do this much constantly. It's a lot of attacking.
It is a lot of.
All right, yeah. If the race is allowed to recover now, they've recovered to a might of 1.
We cannot do that. We cannot let it. Which means we're gonna have to do it again.
Yeah, basically.
How many more?
1 more.
1 more?
Yeah.
1 more.
Okay.
And they will have no more ability.
Oh no!
It doesn't give you anything.
One more. See it done.
You're compelled, certainly, to try to make it happen.
4 dice.
As you kick the people lying down.
The merchant lords are like, yes, good.
Yeah, good.
This is excellent.
We don't have any evil plans. God, fuck. Alright. Should I do with 4 dice or should I try to increase? I don't have a lot of stuff to trade for. So, fuck.
I mean, you could use essence, right?
Do I have any?
You just
At
got
one
one.
point, you just got
Well, I'll get it. Yeah, use it.
Have another 5 die roll.
Yeah. It's not great. Come on, baby. Yes.
Well, that's a success.
Murder.
Which puts them at a 0. They are dying state.
I will miss you, Wasted Week. We're such a good faction, I made.
They exist right now. Someone could still save their ass, but you know, like the Cold Dominion there. The Cold Dominion actually is dead now because they didn't get saved the same year. So
So think Cormier can still save them?
Cormier could try, but it's very unlikely that would actually go.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm not reducing them to this shit to have them fucking be rescued. You know?
Something would have to happen that permanently increased one of the stats that's been reduced.
Okay. So
They'd have to
my
somehow capture
compulsion has
territory
been-
here. Yeah.
has
Your
been
compulsion has
complete.
been done. You have
Yeah.
you have smashed them.
Thank you.
It has been very not pretty in Tizir.
Oh yeah, and you
Smashing
know
down
that
popular
fucking
rebellion
drow,
is a messy case.
mean drow has been on the front line leading.
Mm-hmm.
She, you know, yeah. Melted bodies has been found.
Merchant lords are very happy, especially because there's another group here to offer them loans and such. You know, of course, now that the wasted wheat is dealt with, before Tizir recovers too much, Sembia would suggest that maybe now is the time to have new elections, if such a thing was a thing. You know, to a little change of leadership. And yeah, they would like you to be a proxy for that. For that, you might need some, you know, influence, so some ability to actually sway people. And they would like to help with that because the problem is normally they might want to do it, but the Comerian fleet just makes it very hard for them to push their influence here. They don't really
Yeah.
have anywhere to do that from.
Right. Well, yeah.
Essentially, you would have to espionage here, right? And they, being Sembia, will even offer you a little more help with that because they want you to succeed. Because you're doing it on their behalf.
I need some help if I to succeed because we're looking not so great here.
Okay, well, they'll try to scrounge up a little bit more money. Okay, you can have +1 more money.
Yeah.
So at this point, they're actually taxing their population for it.
Yeah, but
People-
it's for the
People
greater
in
good.
Serbia hate taxes. They're not a fan.
Yeah.
Do you mean they didn't have taxes before?
I mean, you know, not really.
not
No,
on the Sembian people, just everybody else.
tariffs and
Yeah,
whatnot.
all those other old stuff to this point were without taxes.
You know, the common folk surely have taxes.
Loans and credit schemes and foreign investments and whatnot. Yeah,
Yeah. Like
that's the
this
reason this bird just drops money. Like
And
that's their ban.
that's how they are arguing for this one, right? It's a foreign investment
So-
that's gonna pay back.
Now the time is to sway the city. Right?
Good. I mean,
it
I
is
have some
undefended. All they want is
contacts.
a treasure and influence role.
right. I have some contacts with enemy merchants, right?
You
From
do.
the enemy merchant
Yeah,
lords.
you have opportunity.
Yeah.
This would be essentially to push the people of Tizir to go for these new people because,
Yes.
and I don't think this is you. Maybe you're even using a little bit of backhanded tactics here because you're not popular right now.
No, you don't
You've
think so?
brutalized this town, this city.
No, I mean, couldn't
Um,
we just?
No, you're not popular at all.
Yeah,
People really
maybe
dislike
they
you.
speak
Maybe
up.
it's even like, you know, give these guys chances to stand against your authority. Or
Yeah,
some such.
exactly. I was thinking that.
It's definitely espionage, right?
Yeah. Okay, so
Influence plus treasury. And I can tell you, the Cult of Asmodeus would like to oppose this. Because
No.
they would like to too.
I don't like that.
Because they're pretty good at it.
Yeah, I know, and I have no resources. Well, I mean, what am I gonna do? Not do it? But it is a good chance. But I only have 4 dice.
You could lead it yourself if you wanted.
Yeah, but then they're gonna find out.
It's true.
Do I need the Cult of Asmodeus to know? Probably not. I mean, but they don't know which black dragon I am. They actually don't even know that I'm part of anything other than being a black dragon.
Their goal right now is to get power that they can use against other dragons.
But me?
Not at the moment.
Yeah. Fuck it. She's gonna do it. See it done, right?
Okay.
Bad idea. How about some die rats? What are they up to right now? Do they need some exercise?
You have chosen to blitz like so quickly here in initiative that I'm not even like, no, I have no assistance for you. You have brutalized and butchered the entire place to 0. You keep rolling, champ.
That's fair. That's fair, really. All right. Okay.
Oh.
I don't know if that's good.
Interesting roll. All right. This is an interesting case. They got 2 9s. That is better than a 4. However, you have 3 4s, which means that you outpace them. When an attacker has a wider set than a defender, you essentially do the thing before they manage to mount their defense.
Oh, thank Lord.
They try to hinder you and expose you and such, but as it turns out, when they do, it's too late.
People
It's
are
already
on there.
done. Yeah.
Okay, great.
When they jump in to scream objection in the council chamber, it's already
My
maybe
people are
people-
sitting there looking
we're
at
looking at them. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
That's a lucky roll for you. They're
phew. Yeah.
pretty good, really. Okay. You can reduce
well,
another treasury or influence.
Yeah.
Well, they'll do the same. Yeah, well, that means that for now,
Yeah, I was gonna say now. Let's have someone else do something.
Sembia is in.
They're happy with me.
Influencing this
Yes.
city. We'll put that on there. We'll move the policing. There's none of that going on right now. It's not. You wouldn't call that policing, really. It's like urban warfare. Yeah, though the influence at the moment is not well known. Wasted Wheat has been beaten up and banished. There's still sympathizers, people who are members and such, obviously, but essentially they have no more weapons. They have no more able-bodied fighters. They have no more places to stay, which means that they cannot sustain an organized group. Such
This
things
is what happens
broken up and split up
when you try to unite the people
against the
the
wealthy
bigger-
powerful merchants.
Yeah.
Yeah,
against
what a
capitalists, I mean, merchants.
What a
glad the company I can create is something that you destroy.
I mean, I think I even helped you at one point with the.
Good work, team.
So-
You burned down a lot of the Tizerian merchant ships.
Oh
and-
yes, I did. To give them an in. Well,
Hmm.
I got the money, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're good. Also, that ship, the broken one, we will from those dragon tributes or whatever. We'll take that one. Was not trashed down in the sea.
All right.
Not that sea. Yeah.
Sure. A message from the Captain's Council arrives. They've received payment from Sembia finally. They were not high on the priority, it appears, but how about the Mark help them fight this fleet, huh?
Yeah. Not right now. We have spent a lot of resources. You know.
But the fleet, like joint action, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, again, we would love to.
Okay, well,
But,
I suppose they will stand by.
We can't do a lot of heavy lifting. We can do some lifting.
They don't believe they could do it alone. They'll stand by for now. I think I'll see what happens.
Well,
Elvis Salt is recovering from their anarchy.
Anarchy.
Oh yeah, there was a long time of things being bad due to the very low sovereignty.
Okay. I was gonna say there's a strong dragon cult leadership.
Yeah, it's still not fantastic sovereignty, just because people aren't super happy with the new strange direction things are turning. It's not an openly dragon cultish city, but it's sort of a, the smart people can figure out something's going on here. And the Cult of the Dragon is not a popular religion. Yeah, they currently are happy with just running business, really. Though they are about recovered from the ordeal. They have considerable ability, and if need be, that could be swayed by you in various directions.
I think speaking of running business, I'll go ahead and act the initiative here.
All right.
I want the were-rats to get back to solidifying control over this trade route. The merchants, they've been trying to travel on the road for like the past year, and there's just been like scenes of like violence everywhere. Need to reassure and police the region again to let everyone know that Malar's back on top.
Though, to be fair, it's not like the Nobanian worshippers would really hurt the people on the road.
Exactly.
It's not like they'd be like, yes, continue in peace.
Yep, continue in peace.
It's very awkward. We had war here, but they're happy with it. Yeah, all right. You try to police. Now, you'll have a -1 die to this roll from the ones that are still around, that they will try to interfere.
All right, sure. Then, I will then, before in making this roll, whenever Dayan takes his turn, Imizure will attempt to convince Dayan to spend his time hunting down the Wimics that remain here on these plains.
Sure.
If he, she can have her were-rats look after the roads, but her were-rats can't catch the Wimics. Obviously something that he can do on his turn.
Mm-hmm.
All right, remind me what attributes I need to roll for policing.
Yes. It is might and sovereignty.
Okay, might and sovereignty. That is a 2 and a 3, so 5 dice. I got a pair of 1s, Manikai. Excuse me, I should have subtracted 1, so that's nothing.
Okay. Yeah, which means basically you try to reestablish the control of the trade routes and such. But it's a lot harder because people don't have as much. I suppose that they sometimes take, or they trust their luck, if you will. Probably some, during the fighting and such, some caravans have gone past without paying anything to anyone. And that news has spread enough that others are doing the same thing, especially when some of the were-rats turn up dead from the Wemmick skirmishes that still are here, though they're not organized enough to actually attack the hill or do any real damage. The presence is still enough. Apparently, they're led by one of these paladins that chose to stick around, messing things up. Someone named the Bloodclaw, known for being he was exiled from his own tribe, apparently. Somewhat infamous amongst the Wemmics. Favors a bit of a stronger approach to this anti-Nobanian, anti-Malar situation. Apparently, he's been hurt in the past by Malarites.
Yeah. The Missouri considers going there onto the road herself. Thinks about it. Figures that's just too much fucking effort to expend, and it's all right. I think what she wants to personally do. I have a vested interest in buying a magic item. So I think I'm going to have her spend her time going about finding this year butterfly samples to buy for 13,000 gold.
All right. That item is of a level of you got paired, didn't you?
Yeah, it's level 12.
Or as low below yours. Yeah, you could find that in a year.
Okay. Go ahead and do that. Subtract the 12,000 gold. 13,000, excuse me. 1096. Add that in. The other thing that I think I'm interested in doing, I think she would pay a visit to the Ogmaites personally, and to sort of expedite this process along, because as we've mired down a bit here, she will articulate that she has a vested interest in exploring, and the collected, information that this Temple of Agma has, afflictions that are known to affect dragons. And she, wants to, spend time, looking into that personally.
All right. Well, how about, how did I run these guys in the past?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. Where they are. Redden's here. Here. Yeah, you can roll it at a lower DC.
Okay.
Using their place. In this case, I think. So you're just looking for information about it, right?
Yeah.
That would be, I think, history, as a general.
That makes sense.
Basic.
Yeah. And not specifically information about this particular affliction, because it's so fucking far away, who the hell knows, but getting a general foundation of how the hell dragons could be impacted. Pretty reasonable. Okay, 14. Hot.
Yeah. Well, it's a lower DC. Dragons are generally not afflicted by many diseases. Most of them don't really. Dragons don't care about most things.
Yeah.
Probably also because most natural diseases wouldn't really have. I mean, how often do dragons hang out together? Not really that often, typically. Mm-hmm. This most likely would be of magical origins. Probably for something this virulent and powerful, it would have to be something related to some divine action of some kind. In fact, give me a religion check with a +2, because were-rats actually might have an idea of something like that.
Okay, go ahead and throw that with a 17.
Okay. There is a sort of the commonly believed god of disease and poisons, Telona, the mother of plague, is someone who could be involved here. Though you don't know about the specific reason for such a curse of plague and disease, it seems likely that some dragon might have done something that greatly upset the goddess of sickness. Plague Crone herself, which has in the past caused such effects. Essentially, she demands tribute, she demands payment, she demands sacrifice, often, and when that is not delivered in some amount, she has before struck people with such terrible actions. Though dragons is certainly a new level of it. It doesn't seem like it is a continuous effect, if you will. It is probably spreading amongst dragons as they come into contact with another, but it's not something that's going to span the world, ideally.
All right. Got it.
If that answers your question enough.
Yeah, that does. She's it's great. She didn't expect much anyway, because it's not like she expects this Temple of Agma to have concentrated knowledge on, dragon afflictions. But, she's pleasantly she's pleased by that, and she'll leave the Ogmites alone. They're independent. She tends to have them remain that way.
Beyond that, of course, there's some information on the Dragon Rage.
Ah, yes, that Dragon Rage.
Thing caused by a mythal.
Thankfully, that's no longer a problem anymore, guys.
She's like, oh, dragons used to go crazy and eat each other all the time? Well, that's not happening anymore. Well, lucky.
Yeah.
That would have really been problematic for you guys.
Glad that's not my problem.
Yeah.
She wonders how the rage would have interacted with the lethargy, and she's good thing I never learned that.
Yeah, though it certainly seems that dragons' sort of magical nature can be shackled to powerful magical items. That much is clear from that research.
Yeah, let's not worry about that one. Sure, nothing bad happens with various organizations like the Gold of the Dragon. We're good.
Yeah. All right.
All right, I'm done acting in initiative. Sheep stepped away, but I'll talk to him whenever he gets back. I'm good.
All right. Cool. That's good. They are not really important right now. Well, okay. That's interesting. The Harpers, they found out what they needed here. They'll go to Westgate. That's their main focus. Shouldn't be though they won't take action there just yet. They are here to influence things in a direction they like. Essentially. Well, that's the thing about them. They're powerful, but very fickle in their attention. Generally, those are untrustworthy. Most factions. Sheep, you're back, I believe. In Missouri, Literathir.
There'd be a brief contact with Felignif to inform him that disease is most likely divine in nature. That some dragon probably offended, perhaps the goddess of sickness and plague Talona, and so was cursed in return. And this is the result of that. So if he wants to perform like retribution against a goddess, she is not on board with that. And advises to just kill the damn dragon that's in his fang. And that'll be the end of it.
How confident is Emmy if she's being asked how confident she is?
In what? Like that information?
In the information, yeah.
She will relate that like she had not anticipated the Temple of Agma to know much about dragon afflictions just due to, I mean, what could really impact dragons, right?
I mean, that's essentially the question, right?
Yeah. And so it's more along the lines of like, well, you narrow down what could impact a dragon. The divine action seems likely. Certainly easier to believe than some mortal finding a way to poison it or like disease a dragon.
Just as unlikely as it is that, just vague gesture around ourselves. Whole curse of lethargy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Far more likely that a dragon in its arrogance and hubris would find a way to offend a divine power. There you go.
Yeah. Vesicatrix is paranoid about this. This seems like awful news.
Anyway, that's it. I'm done.
Just
Right.
information. Of course, Westgate has a rather sizable cult of Talona. Doesn't really act as a united force, but there's a lot of poisoners and such in that city that appreciate,
What a surprise.
the patronage of the Lady of Poison. Even amongst the were-rats, there are probably people. Yours at this point are probably pretty much exclusively followers of Malar, but as a general thing, they're known to.
If it's bad, there's probably some of in Westgate.
Good too, for that matter. City generally doesn't judge. All right, next group here is somewhat interesting. I think it's the hierarchy and their action. So Sheep, you said that Relic is staying at the silver mine, yeah?
I mean, yeah, like the Fane doesn't seem entirely healthy currently, and he may or may not be underestimating the giants a little bit.
All right, because they are going to send people to the silver mine to talk, or at least to inform the dwarves there that they wish to have a word with this dragon who's claimed part of their mountains about this whole situation. And he's there, so that's easy. But beyond that, he'll be informed that it would be a shame if something was to happen to this beautiful silver mine.
Is that how they're phrasing it?
Essentially, yeah. It is a sizable group of them showing up. They seem to be pretty tired of his crap, essentially, though they won't say it that way. He's most certainly shown that that he is being a direct enemy, really. What shows up essentially is hosts of goblins, but who even cares about that anymore? A couple of regiments of hobgoblins, 4 hill giants, and what seems to be a stone giant shaman of some kind, who seems to be the one to speak.
I mean, he'll allow them to speak. He'll show himself. They can't fly.
Sure can't.
Make an offer that might, maybe isn't as insulting as directly threatening him. It's not like he's done any direct action against them
Recently.
So far, everything he's done has been in self-defense.
The stone giant will stand looking from a little distance to the mine, right? With its people and such around, as Relignith can approach, assuming he wants to.
Yeah, sure. He'll show no fear. They want to intimidate him. Well, good luck.
Don't wish the giants good luck.
They need it though.
This place was once claimed by our servants who labored to produce gold for the hierarchy. No, silver.
And what a state you've let this place fall into. If I hadn't come to restore it, it would still be uninhabitable, filled with evil.
He will look down slightly at some runes on a stone tablet and says, "The hill giants sent to reclaim it and restore it failed."
Now, I think I know how you work. You're going to come here, you're going to see things that supposedly you think still belong to you and are going to ask for some sort of compensation for my mere existence as well as claim of it. I would suggest you rethink that approach. So far, I've not struck at your hierarchy directly. I've merely defended what is rightfully mine, what I've claimed because it was abandoned. Now, if you were to, strike at me, then I would see no other option than to execute the idea of claiming more of these mountains, even those things that you think belong to you.
Looks.
And of course, you wouldn't just face me, which would be difficult enough. I believe you've gone around trying to collect whatever you can squeeze out of the local tribes and found them, well, perhaps holding grudges against you. I would be worrisome. I would be worried about the idea that perhaps those grudges might escalate. You are large, and perhaps there may or may not be quite a few of you, and you think yourself powerful, but could you really not only fight me, but the entire mountain range, I wonder? I don't think you want to find out. Perhaps keep what you currently control, make sure it's nice and orderly and leave it at that, rather than trying to extend your influence to places that you really have no control over anymore.
The giant sort of stone giant's expression is the same sort of placid, expressionless, statuesque face that they all share. He will look into his I am allowed to give you continued control of this mining location, as well as some locations to the north. You have an outstanding debt for destroying a monument to our greatness. However, and he sighs slightly, says, it appears that my superiors have decided not to pursue that at the immediate time. We, however, have a demand to deliver. You have projected your influence to the south, into lands far away from you, into lands that are rightfully ours and have been under our control for a long time. As you said, you have been riling our servants against us. This could cost them their lives, and it is not something we deem acceptable. You have acted with hostility. This will cease.
At your demand? No taxation, no returning of anything, just a debt that will never be paid.
He sort of sighs again, clearly showing he's a functionary. It's not up to him. The hierarchy speaks with the voice of only the highest amongst us. It has been deemed not cost effective to pursue this debt at this time. That said, should you wish to begin payment, installments can be created to not have to pay the entire sum at one point.
I understand you are merely a messenger, pawn in this case, and I currently do not see any reason to have the same fate befall you as has befallen the last stone giant, who has asked for, well, anything of me, really. But I would suggest that you deliver a message to your superiors. I, at this current time, will not seek to expand my hostilities against the hierarchy, as I have other matters to attend to. However, should anything be demanded of me, anything at all, then I will put my entire weight, literal and political, in destroying the hierarchy and every single building you've ever built. We can keep the status quo for a while until we, well, inevitably disagree again. It's up to you to decide how long that is.
My only task here has been to ensure that you will that you will leave to a place no further south in the mountains than this mine. Should you bring your influence back to those areas as you have been so far, I am to make sure this mine collapses, as any tunnels around it should.
I understand. You could tell your people then that I've acknowledged your message.
He nods for a slight moment, as if it was unexpected. Yet you know Stone Giant well enough to see that his face is just the same, sort of expressionless face. Good. Then you shall see me again, perhaps, as I am to serve as the liaison between our peoples.
That's unfortunate.
I wish to the All-Father that your mine will stay operational. It was a waste before. Then he will motion his people around to leave you to yours.
Giants.
And then the hierarchy wishes to smash this unrest in the south. Find out who hasn't been paying their taxes, and go destroy those tribe leaders to be a symbol against others, so no one will dare rebel against them in the future.
Will Valignith interfere?
Can I do so without them knowing that it was Malignant? Do I care if they know it was Malignant? Basically breaking immediately
it's
what they
basically
just
like,
set out.
They leave and like 5 minutes later, they're like, fuck Giants.
Well, I mean, he said he acknowledged or like received the message. At no point was there a agreement.
It's just a matter of whether Valignith actually really wants this right now, because
Yeah.
it sounds like the hierarchy is sufficiently motivated that if he prods this again, they will wheel around and punch him.
I mean, they fail anyways, so... Well, they don't fail that one. You know what? Yeah, Valignant told them to stay put and mind their own stuff. This is not their stuff. This is absolutely not. Maybe there was a bit of miscommunication, but
What kind of fucking rationalization?
you know, he tried to keep the status quo, but apparently this is not it.
Yeah, the status quo,
The status quo, yeah. I mean, if these tribes were under their control, they wouldn't have to police them. Therefore, they're expanding their influence, which Valignant specifically told them not to do.
Have to police them if some whack job didn't decide to instigate them.
Yeah, but the status quo was me having instigated. So, Manigai.
If you want to resist it, that would be with influence and might, as you project your ability to make trouble.
Influence and might. Could I, before Valignant attempts that, try to increase his might? Or is this like a reaction that I need to do right now?
You could have done that.
Alright, then Valignant will do that, because... stupid idea to think that the Giants would just sit tight because he tells them to. Of course they wouldn't. Sovereignty and territory. That puts me at 6 dice.
Basically,
yeah.
as soon as that functionary gets back to report your message to his superiors, this happens.
So
Yeah,
I would
I
have
mean-
to eat some like ogres and whatnot, and then suddenly there's lizard folk and giant, you know.
He's just defending the status quo here.
Where could they be from? Who knows?
Alright, influence and might.
You pissed your people off, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, first they were sent like all the way south to contact like a silver dragon, and now this.
Yeah.
They give like a lot of
God,
exercise.
They brought the dragon back. Yeah, you have to go back actually to fight some giants. You're like, oh god.
And like the dwarves who are at the mines are like, but you just, I acknowledged it, and now you're going to go back to the...
Go make these goblins riot.
Listen, I told the Giants not to mess with anything currently, and they started messing with things. Maybe they have different ideas of what the status quo should be, and they need to be reminded.
Even Tiamat's like, what the fuck?
No. tried.
As long as you win, she's okay with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just love, because in my mind, Vindictus is literally sitting, like perching, and he is thinking exactly that. He's like, no, but I'm not breaking anything. Like they are the wrong ones, right?
Perhaps everyone can now understand Thunderhome's opinion here. We're friends with the
Yeah.
dragon. That does not make us feel better.
Listen, Thunderhome, I've got something coming for you that they're gonna enjoy.
Like for all the shit my dragon has gotten for being an erratic ally, like that's only been like other player characters. This asshole here, Valignith, just breaks his word at every turn. It's currently not within my interest, Thunderhome.
It's certainly on brand.
Alright. Valignith is... I don't think he's gonna do this himself, is he?
Fly himself, eat some giant.
What would Valignith? Good question. Nah, he's gonna show up himself as well to show his presence here.
Right.
Like, tribes, I was happy to try to convince the Giants to just leave the status quo, to leave you independent and such, but they are trying really hard to get you in their thrall again, and you don't want that, right? Double 6?
Which, well, you have 2 pairs. They still have like that pair of 7s.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Now, none of your pairs are higher.
Yeah.
So you can't delete their 7s. You can remain quiet about it.
Consolation prize.
I guess.
And try again if you want.
Could try again, but beating double 7s. I mean, yeah. Let's be quiet about this attempt and try again.
He goes there. He tries to be quiet to not have them know, but it's just not his way. And they're being pretty mean about it. They've sent like fire giant down there, and
so this is 6, just double 9s.
All right.
And a pair of 4s.
And a pair of 4s, yeah. Let's still be quiet about this. Valignith's not doing this. It's just the natural will of the people here to resist order. It's
It's not acceptable.
Oh.
I mean, fair that they're devoting their actions to this. This does seem pretty unacceptable.
They don't even know that you were involved, so it's not like they want to take precautions against you specifically.
Yep. It's like, what would I do if there was a rebellion in my territory? This.
Yeah, but I don't think I can beat that without spending.
Probably not without spending anything now.
I mean, yeah.
That's it. He's gonna be like, guess the hierarchy wins.
No. I'm gonna think about this a little bit. Let's initiative keep ticking here.
Sure. All right. Fire Knives. We'll announce that. You know what? The harbors of Westgate. All these Chimerian boats out there, and they're not allowing pirates in. You know what? Westgate has the ability to repair ships. If a storm should damage some of the Chimerian ships, why shouldn't they be allowed to be repaired just alongside everyone else's? Yeah, that's good. That seems like a good idea. Yeah, I mean, the city of Westgate will thus announce that, or at least tell that Chimerian ships have made a deal, and the city guard will protect the docks where Chimerian ships are to be repaired. It will bring commerce to the city, and bring some money in for the leadership.
How does the city react to that?
I mean, everyone reacts in different ways. Whoever is not friends with the Fire Knives don't like it, and whoever is friends with them like it.
Did anyone who's not getting a slice of the pie, really?
Yes, essentially. Though, the Zentarum is fighting itself, the Red Wizards really don't care. They really have no skin in that game. The Harpers approve of it, and the Captain Council absolutely hate it. With a fury and a calling for all all those who wish to see this city stay independent to join up so that they can kick out the Fire Knives and take control themselves. That'd be much better. They believe.
And not
They see
anyone,
this as
but
they see this as the
someone who
first
doesn't
step.
work with Corey.
First step for actual like Chimerian soldier station in Westgate and whatnot. Maybe they won't take directly control, but if they control the council, that's and they can begin prosecuting people in Westgate and such, that would be very unfortunate because none of the gangs can actually stand up to them by themselves. And if they do it that way, like if they invaded the city, that would sort of unify and galvanize everyone there. But if it's just like targeting some people, maybe no one else would really want to put their neck out for those guys.
Yeah.
And the Captain Colors have no doubt that they would be some of the first ones. So they don't like it.
Yeah.
All right, good. Sun Guild continues to build up the ruins over here. They're happy with not being in Westgate right now. Though they're weirdly feeling that this Chimerian influence ends up biting them in the ass right now. They need it. Sheep. Elvasold asks how should they how does the Cold Dragon, how should they feel about Chimerian influence?
And no.
Because really, if they could spread the cult to Cormier, then just think of the ability and power and such.
No. Like
People
you've
unite,
barely managed to take over a city that was one step from being burned to the ground. You want to take over Cormier somehow? No.
They do. They really do. Yeah.
You can't.
Okay. Well, that's then they will have to say, hang that offer in their parliament. So be it. So be it. The city of Desir is still trying to recover. Maybe this time they will be allowed to next year or something. At least the wasted wheat has been done, so that's good. Double taxes though for everybody because they need to rebuild, except for Symbians. For Symbians, they get to not have. The Redden smugglers have noticed a problem with their plan. There's lizard folk here. They are a problem with their plan. Who could they ask for help with dealing with lizard folk? They will ask Timlo Ogma, who will say, no, we don't care about that. The Night Masks are enemies of them. They'll put out the word that they would like help dealing with these lizard folk who are harassing their boats. If no one responds, then they'll be slightly sad.
Who are these lizard folk? Like
the Spirehorn tribe are a group of lizard folk that came from the below in the underground where salt water is flooding the cavern.
Are those the ones that the Valignus traced behemoth with?
Yes.
Oh.
They've established themselves in the ruins of a city that once lay there called Elm. A giant tree got burned down by a dragon.
Yeah, well, the Dragons are the problems right
now. Then the Redden smugglers cannot help but simply lose that point of permanent territory because they can only they've sort of been cut off from their town. They live in the Eel Fort now, and the Night Masks will have successfully taken control of the town over here, given that there can be no smugglers there really. Well, that's good for them. Now the Night Masks can take turns being smugglers, because yeah. That said, if anyone wants a faction to help them, be in position and control of Westgate, they are poised to strike. You want to get in there. Captain's Council, you got it. They want to be in on that. So consider them to be the Captain's Council to be friends in that regard.
Night Masks?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much yes. They used to rule this city. They want to do that again. But the Fire Knives kicked them out with all their weird paladin friends. Centarum is fighting itself. Cold Asmodeus, city here is now has Sembians in it. That's actually okay. This is kind of okay. It's not they weren't the people to do it, but that's okay. They don't mind too much. They don't believe the Marked is really an enemy of theirs necessarily. There does seem to be things happening in Westgate, though, that they want to be part of. They will move over to Westgate. Again, their hometown.
Yeah, you go play with the Harpers.
Yeah, please.
It is an important thing there. They need to gain some strength, or rather, they need to really get the Centaurum on their side. That would be a huge boon for anybody. But they have
Back
to fail.
to that, huh?
Yeah, I don't know that I would say everybody would like that book.
They will look to the Order of the Basilisk. They seem to have sort of they can work together maybe, but hunt the most dangerous game. Turns out that's not people; it's dragons. Who knew?
Why hunt dragons? That's so mean.
Right, they will continue trying to investigate themselves here. They'll try to do what they can, gathering some information. They're interested.
I thought they had progressed as far as they could within just the simple generic stuff they were doing, considering their clock progress.
Indeed. And thus I need to roll them 83. See what lead they find. Okay. Lead number.
No. Don't find anything.
It's happening.
Well, I would like to murder some.
Yeah, they will learn something that will make them want to move location. They're wizards. They have the power to move very fast and very far, and will move down here to continue their search. Because apparently, Yaffle, while staying in the region, they found out she was here now, which means that, she's actually kind of for real. She spent some time here. Don't know what she was doing or if this is an important location. Apparently, clones of her or some such stayed in other places as well. Almost like she didn't want to be found out, which makes sense because she was a refugee and they're here to kill her if she's still alive. Apparently, she stayed in the capital city of Netherland for an extended period while here.
Right, Malachi, I think at this point I would like to act again.
Okay, yeah, sure.
First of all, a question: How some time has passed? How's the Silver Dragon doing? Like how long is that?
Getting weaker.
Weaker.
At this point, he doesn't want to move. Really, he just lays in the pool with his face sort of on the edge of the water, half open.
All right, so
breathing heavily. Yeah, you could kill him very easily.
That's make Silver Dragon scale armor.
Yeah, harvest him for dragon bone.
It's tempting, but I've got
you combine that with the weapon that the voice of the tyranny has still, and little Hamlet, and then you can have a full outfit to kill a prized minion. Here, wield these dragon bone and dragon scale items.
No, I can always kill him later. Maybe he just dies by himself. No, but Valignif would like to send his own envoy to the hierarchy, preferably one of the people he doesn't really know much because they might not return. Because he wants to send them a message that he is very disappointed that the hierarchy is not keeping to the terms he offered, which is to not expand their influence. Obviously, the tribes are not under their control, and they are trying to change that, which means they are trying to change the status quo, which is not what Valignif agreed to. So,
which place does he send his envoy to?
probably just the closest place he is aware is under control of the hierarchy.
The closest one would be the incredibly tall mountain at the center of the mountains, full of lightning storms.
Oh, that's inconvenient.
Beyond that, there's a large orc fort with ogres and such. He is aware is being held by them. There's these long rifts in the cliffs where tons of goblins are, and then there's the watchtower where at least another fire giant is sort of keeping watch of the goings on.
I feel like this place seems to be the most convenient.
Sure.
Clip gem.
The gem, yeah. And he'll basically give them the ultimatum of stop messing with the tribes in these mountains, or they will experience what Valignif can do if he doesn't just defend himself as he's done in the past.
Okay, so you're basically telling them not to do policing.
Yeah, don't do it. If you do, that's gonna be trouble for you.
He will have the person returned, informed that some incredulous stone giants seem to use some tablets to do some calculations, and offer that should he wish those people be taken or allowed to be free from paying, he's perfectly acceptable if he wants to pay their debts for them.
All right. Valignif will not do that. But he will finally decide that,
several thousands of gold a year.
No, like even 10 gold a year would be too much.
Well, then it certainly would be very hard for him to pay it.
Yes.
They still accept dragon corpses, though, if he should happen to have some of those in it.
No, like he could
it is
pay.
A historical currency the giants have used, dragon heads and some such. In ancient times that was a thing when they were mortal enemies and fought each other for domination of the world, eventually both losing enough that the mortal races could sort of rise up. But they're very traditional here. They will still accept it.
No, that is unacceptable. In that case, if the ceasefire is so Valignif can focus on other things just does not work, then the next best thing is to just attack the hierarchy to make them go away.
Okay.
So, Valignif would like to attack them. He's got Sembian money, he's got dragonsmith gear, he's got good troops.
It's not exactly what Sembia paid him to do.
Listen, this is investment in the future.
Okay, all Sembia wants you to do is do something against Comia every year, and then you can keep getting paid. And progress your patri against Comia. Just burn down Proskure some more. It's good.
No,
yeah, well,
I've
Cynthia didn't get the notice about how flexible Valignif is.
Exactly. They gave me the money, and money is a universal currency which can be spent on many things, including attacking the hierarchy.
I mean, it's unmarked trade coin too. Can't be traced anywhere.
Exactly. And it will be in Sembia's benefit if Valignif can, get these giants off his back to focus on me eventually.
All right.
He would like to attack, of course, participating himself. He will definitely spend some of Draconic Essence here. Attacking the hierarchy is definitely what Valignif is about in general.
What's his goal?
His goal is to take territory.
Oh, he wants to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the current score of 1 sovereignty is very fitting here. As the dwarves want us to do what?
Yeah, like
Go
massive
and capture
mountains,
some of these mountainsides.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, by that you damage their territory. If you can reduce their territory to 0, I can tell you they currently have more than you.
I expected
so permanent decreases you make them can be an increase for you. Basically, you would permanently conquer some of it.
That is the goal.
Though they are they're good at their defensive terrain.
Yep.
Difficult tasks to take on alone. Yeah.
Well, let's just see. If it goes
Yeah.
terribly, then maybe. But honestly, this year is as good as it's gonna get. The hierarchy has expended some resources. I have all offensive and defensive resources available.
All right.
So yeah.
Do it.
Did you make subtractions from like your like attempts to like interfere?
I have, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Use influence for that. That will be might plus treasure plus himself plus essence, which is 9 dice.
It's pretty good.
No, he's an angry red dragon with too much time on his hands. Double 8, double 3, triple 2, double 1. I don't know what that means, but it's a lot.
Well, that's Yahtzee almost, right?
Full house.
That is not Yahtzee. It's not how Yahtzee works.
Fine. I'll be also using D10s, so it'll be a much harder game.
I've spent some Zambian money on this.
All right. Well, they have lost some might, but they still have some. They have territory, and they have very defensible locations that they can utilize. 8 dice.
Triple 8. Ouch.
All right. Yeah. So they will try to foil you. They have triple 8s, which means they have a triple pair to spend. You, however, have far too many pairs for them to actually stop you, because they only have one, and you have like a lot. I do believe they can ruin 2 of them with this, because they can essentially move one of their numbers and then remove another one. So they would be able to ruin your 8s and your 3s, but that still leaves you all the 2s and the 1s. I suppose technically, but they have to delete the 2s first, because you're faster than them otherwise. So it doesn't matter. You will have done a successful attack.
Okay.
Reducing their territory by 1, and their might by 4. Them defending. And you can decrease one of your stats as well.
Yes, I decreased treasure.
Right. Do you want to immediately continue?
I see no reason not to.
All right. Basically, just strike at their disorganized forces just around, really. You have a particular target you're going for?
The outskirts, mostly, like anything towards the north, ideally, so you can sort of push them out there. He's not gonna...
They have a little bit along here, but really most of their stuff is along this sort of here. Because the center here is very tall, and so not really suitable for habitation.
He definitely tried to target the places he can actually attack well, just to do as much damage as possible without any particular location in mind. Okay, same thing again. He's gonna act himself. He's gonna spend essence, which will put me down to 2. All my stockpiles are slowly disappearing. Which will be 2.
Ferociously striking out, like killing hobgoblins and ogres and orcs and such.
Goblins and terror.
Standard forces are made up of such creatures.
They have the option of
so many goblins.
They have the option of not fighting him and rather joining him if they like. But yeah, double 6, double 5. That's okay. I'm gonna spend some more money on this.
Think of the girl.
7, double 5. They will foil your attempt.
Can they remove my 5s with their 5s?
Yes.
That's sad. That's fine. They have to spend something on defending.
They do.
And they don't hurt me, so let's go again. 2, 4, that would put me at numbers 7, 4, 6, 8, yeah, so this would be
1
7.
less than last time, right? If you do the
yeah,
same.
I do the same, which will put me at 1 essence. Okay, quadruple 10.
They won't defend. Because they don't have time. That's quadruple 10s.
Good lord. Viewers, I don't want to hear it. She
What
just
is this?
busted out a quadruple.
Have we
my
had
God,
that
you
before?
guys.
I don't think so.
Fuck.
So he is
They
like
thought they were losing, But really, they just placed all their troops
They
there.
it's like they defended from the last attack,
Yeah.
but then they turned around and saw that their house was already taken.
Yeah.
They didn't think there were 2 dragons, but there were. Man, that's enough that I feel like it should have like some sort of additional celebration, really. That's just
Yeah, I think Velignov isn't so much a strategic genius here. He's just so damn unpredictable and does silly things that nobody expects. And through sheer stubbornness, force of will, and zealous dedication, he can push himself and his people to do things he needs them to do.
tell you what, Sheep. Tell you what.
Sure.
You wrote so well here, I'll give you an option to break the rules, essentially. Instead of doing damage to their territory here, which would be one more temporary damage, how about you just destroy their defenses?
Asset, essentially.
Which means, their defensive asset. Because this is like 10 is the best you could possibly do. It's the crit scenario, right? Where you do it without flaw. And 410s is so fast and efficient too that I don't think you're just striking one place. You're like striking all over at the same time, right? This is sort of Sun Tzu levels of both luck and skill.
Yeah, let's destroy that asset. That sounds permanent. I like that.
He said that he wanted to break their buildings, and that's essentially what he's doing here.
Yeah, only in destruction is a truth revealed.
Yeah, like you'll see like bits of the watchtower collapsing, the cracks being more cracked, the fort like having its palisades burnt down.
That makes sense. They successfully repel you the last attack, and then like the hobgoblin forces led like it return, and like where the hell did the palisade go?
Yeah, you've punched and shattered, and they would have to spend extensive time to make it a goal to rebuild that stuff.
The tax tablets have been melted. It's weird.
He erased all the records of the student loans, and now they're just in panic.
Not just for him, but for everyone.
All the
Truly, he
giants are
is
so happy. All the ogres are so happy now. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a permanent damage to their asset.
Great.
And shatters, making them a lot less defensive in the future.
Yes. And then we're gonna do that again.
All right.
I will be out of essence after this, though. 2, 4.
What a time to be alive! You actually being out of draconic essence.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Velignov has a flaw that is very easy to compel, which is very beneficial. And
at least you're not being called "see it done" right now to destroy them.
I mean, I'd accept that.
For you to rack it against them, but.
All right, that will be 6 dice versus their hopefully very few, which is double ones. Okay.
No, they'll defend against that. Well, actually.
Can they?
Not well. Not well anymore. They'll try. I mean, double ones right now. Okay, that was a bad idea.
So they spend basically 2 resources, or lose 2 resources.
It's true. Now they have more things they want to do, but since you're attacking just in as a continuation of the same action, I'm not giving them the chance to.
Velignav's just keeping his word, as he does when it suits him. He's gonna attack again, but this will be with 4 dice, so this might be the last attack. How much territory does he think they still have?
They still have some. They're not taking permanent damage yet. Mostly because, you lost one, and then they've been able to sustain it with might losses instead.
Well, try one
You're
last
probably
time.
not going to get counterattacked, but, at least not yet.
I'll try one last time here. Okay.
God damn. Okay. Yeah, you do some more damage to their territory. At this point, they have lost the immediate ability to defend. If you keep attacking, you could do permanent damage to their territory.
I mean, soon it's basically just gonna be a Vindictive attacking.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I'm not a quitter. Like if Vindictive basically with his people and by himself could strike a blow to the giants that they will feel for decades to come, that would make him feel good. So that seems...
Yeah, then I think the All-Father himself is going to descend from that fucking peak.
Listen.
Like, yes, motivate the giants enough by humiliating them by permanently taking territory. Yes, I love this plan.
You know, I'm glad you agree.
I mean, it's technically what you did when you took the dam from them.
Yeah. All right, this will be
more core territory.
3 dice, which is very bad
let's see if you can make a success.
Yeah, this will be my last attack. Okay.
Well, that's...
Oh my god!
Sure. Then we will move you down here. Really? Sort of more here. And then we'll make... yeah, I mean, you do it, right? You reduce their territory permanently, which means that you have successfully conquered a piece of it. And so you can increase your own territory. As this place down here, Clipium, is now manned. It's a broken fucking mess. But it has a new banner on it. The ogres and orcs, and even hill giants that were defending it are gone.
Great.
Hmm.
You know, lizard folk down there, if it's getting too wet for you, there's a fort to the south, which is nice. Gonna move in there.
I think this one is too much for Emisary Leader there. I think she's gonna look the story of Valignith. That road along the east. Think about that massive ruined tower at Osvacht. Consider her were rats. Think to herself, what the hell? We can do that. Says to herself, yeah. Think I'm gonna use... Go ahead and check the numbers here. My treasure. So
I will say, since this was the immediate attacks, they will try to increase their might a little bit.
Okay, sure.
Because they have an asset for that too. They have their goblin caverns and cracks that helps them increase it. Use land, which thinking about it, they can't because they don't have any. They'll have to fucking go pay some of these people they've been bullying to go help them. That's not a good look. That said, okay, they just managed to increase their might by 1. What else are you gonna do? So you were saying?
Yeah, I'd like to use sovereignty and influence. Work that to increase, I guess almost like treasure in that regard. Like I'm leaning on the road of the merchants that are passing through. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Sure.
Do that. Sovereignty and influence. It's 6 dice. So I do increase my treasure by 1 and will decrease the influence by 1. Then she looks over at that ruined tower and she thinks, it's going to be much easier to protect this road and project the power if I could have that too. She counts how many were rats she has. This is a problem, but she'll work through that. She's gonna have she's going to send the were-rats out with the goal of taking that tower.
All right. Full force. Yeah, it's manned by a very thin, very small amount of defense at the moment. It is that is not where people are.
I think she'll go herself, and she's going to spend a point of draconic assets on this. No effort wasted.
All right.
Go ahead and mark that in my log that I'm doing. Spend draconic assets. Okay. So that's 1 might, 3 treasure, 4 dice. She's assisting, and then the point of draconic assets takes her to 6. I got a pair of 10s and a pair of 5s. And we'll deduct the point of treasure.
It is a night as the watchtower falls, probably without even a sound occurring.
I love it. It's great. See, these were-rats fucking put up some shit now. They're like the merchants. Now that I have this road too. Now I have a territory of 1, and it sounds like they had more territory than I did, but okay.
You will increase it to 2.
All right.
Of course, that's contingent on you actually keeping the tower. I'm marking them with these circles here because it's what the giants currently consider contested, and they're not going to take this laying down, which can probably be understood, right? They have their faction, but beyond that, like you, the giants have powers that are not entirely encompassed into their projection here.
Yeah.
So you can probably expect that this means war. I don't know what else you could take.
Oh, now it means war. All right.
It's been we will have a truce, and then just
I think we tried their parlay of it not being cost effective. Malignant immediately urinated on that, and so I don't think they care.
Let them police just enough that they wasted their resources on it, and then at least they're not suffering rebellion from the south too.
Right. Okay. I don't have any further actions. That's cause for a celebration. Woo!
Yeah.
I think as a matter of fact, I even have something here. Improving the culture. I improve conditions and cohesion of my followers using territory and treasure, and perhaps permanently raise it by beating a difficulty equal to my current sovereignty, which could be done only once per year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is cause for a celebratory thing. Now we control this entire trade route access.
Beat up
the were-rats.
Cult.
Yeah, we killed the Nabanian cult. We beat the shit out of giants. Yeah, let's work on trying that.
Yeah,
I think so. We should be bound in how awesome we are. So territory plus treasure, and I think she'll. I guess I want her to be involved in this. I guess I'm just confused. Of course she's involved in this role. Just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to conceptualize how the celebration goes. Oh shit. Alright. That's territory and Trent. No, it's territory and treasure, so that's 4 dice with
Very
plus
sociable
1 for 5.
dragon.
Alright, triple 4s. That does beat my sovereignty of 3.
Yep. You can raise it. I think given the current victories, I think you can raise that to 4.
All right.
If someone should come beat it down. It'll be a little harder to make your people abandon the cause, basically.
Yeah, that seems fitting considering the defeat of Nabanian, and the Cold of Nabanian, and now this. The were-rats are bound tighter than ever.
Oh, I will say, when you gain this new stat from conquering, it is tapped already.
Okay.
You can't use it, and you can't basically conquer off of conquered assets.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
But that wouldn't change anything here.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, I'm done.
All right. That was a thing. That happened. The hierarchy is reeling from such blows, but this is these dragons need to be dealt with. There's no other way to do it. It's certainly proven that they will not stop at anything. That said, perhaps that will have to be done by the giants themselves. They can't rely on any of their servants to do this. Ogres, goblins, whatnot, not enough. Giants, there's really not enough giants to constitute a massive army of them. But, concentrated strikes are powerful. I think we can expect maybe in next session have some actual combats with them.
That makes sense to me.
Back to that part of it. You may be in control of these places now. You may have destroyed their defenses, but if they have to go find your house and break it, then so be it. Right. All right. The Cold of Nabanian is gone. So we can move on past them. Diane would like to try to get the ones that are here, right? He was asked to do that. That seems to be a smart thing to do for his point of view. He's told he'll get some of the money from this whole operation, so...
Yeah, it'll be hard to police and pay him his equal share if these damn Wimicks are still here.
That's some for policing. He'll patrol the plains. For now, at least removing the penalty, and potentially, if nothing else, giving you the chance to either go yourself and try to eliminate this guy. He's fairly powerful, the paladin. Given that you might be involved in other combats, though, you might just let Diane sort of slowly take care of it.
Yeah.
It's going to take a little longer, but so be it. Yeah, he does not want anything to do with mountains. That is not where he comes from. Third Banner is restless. They will move here and begin harassing trade, because turns out they need to pay their people to actually continue to exist. It's a problem when you have like a horde mentality. If you have nothing more to rampage, then suddenly the leader doesn't look so leader-like anymore. And might even begin looking to Nathan a little bit to see maybe that's good. They also hear that some giants in the north here actually are weak. So, maybe that's an opportunity to take over, become the new rulers of the mountains. They certainly have many people from there in their ranks.
Yeah, that'll go well.
I mean, it might.
They are powerful. They certainly have the one thing they've got is a hard, heavy punch. Right, they're low on cash right now, which is their problem. But yeah, they plan to stay here a little bit and trade essentially.
Yeah, think of how much money those like giant ancestral tombs will have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of tombs. Certainly, that's kind of what these mountains are full of. Well, poor Cormier gets to go so late. It's hard for them to accomplish much in that respect. Everyone's already done all the bad things they wanted to stop. Wasted wheat is gone. Life is tough when you come here. But you know what they will do? They'll offer the fire knives some help. So add that to the list. Because the fire knives seem to be nice. They kind of want them to stay in control of the city. That's good. Beyond that, Tess here is kind of lost. Not much they can do about that. They can keep harassing people who piracy, prosecutors under their influence. You know what? They will. This is a bit of a long reach, but they will send some people to this dwarven place called Thunderhome. Those guys seem desperate for help. Cormier is nothing if not accommodating of those desperate for help. They will offer some, no questions asked, financial aid to help build this road, to get them further connected to the road. That's something to do. I have enough dice here that I don't. There's no one to oppose them. Yeah, it's a quiet turn for them, I think. They're mostly just sustaining other people. As they're back to passively being concerned about dragons and trying to passively make other people able to resist the dragons. instead of actively acting. All right, the Order of the Basilisk has established themselves here. What do? They do their weird debauchery thing. That is not really. They don't have a reason to do anything against anyone at the moment. Nathlan is very disappointed that their people lost. That they're Thayans here. That's okay though. Guests are allowed, and they have some experience with Thayans that gave them good service.
Yeah, namely one fan, like some evil witch lady.
Yeah, turns
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Normally, foreigners are permitted in that one outsider city, right?
Yes, though exceptions can be made, particularly for spellcasters.
Okay,
They're
figures.
interested in spellcaster magic from outside. But yeah, they're very outsiders are only allowed in a certain even visitors are only allowed in the visitor sector of the city that is made just for visitors. They can't wander as they will. They have to have an escort. It is generally like you're treated as a criminal, basically.
Okay.
Of all the people they trust the wizards.
No, they don't trust anyone, but they can see
But they're
profit
allowed.
in trading. Basically, because some business cannot be done in the small trading village down there. It's just not feasible. And the Cat Lord, if nothing else, is wise enough. The Shao people came here as refugees themselves. But, their people in Thay have traded in the past. Silks and such are in high demand in Thay. These people, a love for Thayans. They have no ancestral grudges or some such either. They'll permit them to be here, though. I'll tell you, Thay will have a harder time gathering information here because they don't have established influence or anything. Nathlan, though, will be spending this time recovering the resources that they lost supporting these Wemmicks and welcoming back their champion, who did return, and mourning the loss of a great Eldar of their Sphinxes, galvanizing themselves in their opinion that dragons are bad, particularly also the one that lives in the mountains. He flies over their territory to raid caravans and such. It's very rude, and they don't like it. Maybe they should talk to Hell, but they really have no connection there to draw upon to make that happen. Unlikely meeting. Purple Masks. How do they feel about people in Westgate? They don't feel much right now. I think they just generally put their name out there. They steal stuff. They're thieves mainly. Yet, it seems like a guild war is brewing in the city. So that's a good place to be if you're not affiliated at the moment. You can sort of profit on it. Wait for someone to be weak. Nightmasters, their boss left. They're done with that contract. That's okay though. They don't need it anymore. They got some treasure out of it. Maybe they would like to rule the city. That seems like something they would like to do. Yeah. I think they'll set themselves up as a contender. They feel pretty strongly about this. They're Drow from the Underdark. They would like to not have to take people's orders constantly. Yeah, and lastly, Thunderhome gets to act. Last little faction to try to use the Chimerian offered influence to indeed build a couple more sections of their road. That's important for them to do.
They have so many dice there. Why not just try the action again?
It's true. Yeah. So of course, try it again.
Oh.
Yeah, you built that road.
They will.
Why are you going that way?
It's a good idea.
No, let's do it again.
All right, they've created another T intersection here.
To bypass Elversalt.
Road.
Instead of going into the city, they sort of want to keep their options open. All right, well, they're happy with that, though it cost them money.
I mean, to trade with the East, which honestly is currently in a bit of a shit state, so it's understandable
Yeah,
that they're not going
I'd
to.
rather want to head towards the Sword Coast than keep my trade anywhere around here right now.
Their goods are just not like spectacular enough. Like in this region, there's not many dwarven craftsmen. In the Sword Coast, though, there's plenty of them.
Yeah.
They kind of wish that they could send them the other way across the sea, right? That would be ideal trade for them. But they're here. They got all their twins, siblings back in the homeland doing important things. If they can establish a presence here and make it permanent, that's what they're here to do. Here to expand dwarven reach.
I remember that from the beginning of the campaign.
Yeah. And it's proving difficult because there's a lot of bad shit here. And they don't have their gold dwarfs. They're used to living in a place where they're the biggest people around. Not true here. Not true at all.
They
Especially hearing this news from Giants. The Giants being beaten. The Giants are much more powerful than them. Which just makes them even more nervous. Like, oh god.
Why are you nervous about someone
who's these dragons?
Who's clearly on your side?
I mean, they're not taking aggressive action or anything. They just would like, something they could trust to keep them safe. And the Red Dragon's word is, that's nickel coins.
I have a gesture for them soon that they're gonna appreciate, I'm sure.
Well, initiative is done, so if you have something, please.
So my plan is to basically tell the Silver Dragon to offer himself as protector of Thunderhome. Thunderhome wanted a dragon to protect them, there you go.
He can't even protect himself.
Exactly. Currently, he's not really in a position to work for that, though.
No, he's currently in a very weak state.
Oh, Graham, you were just roboty. Hello? Oh no.
Yeah, I hear you, sheep.
Okay.
I figure the others hears too.
Yeah, I'm not dropping frames, so I don't think it's me. I think it's Graham.
I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, that might not be a terrible plan, all things considered. Once he recovers.
Yeah, I like the irony of it, because Thunderhome is looking for a protector from Velignith, which Velignith is gonna give them.
Mm-hmm. If it works, right?
Yeah. They're gonna be so confused about it too. I would be.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Like, it's like, people are like, oh god, dragons are so smart. We just don't understand them. Truly, the dragons are just so fucking random in their pursuits that, they're like, they probably have some great plan. It's just that they're like, oh, I see it's sunny today. I think I'll raid that town now. Oh, okay.
Man, poor giant.
I don't think Velignith is stupid, well, he might be a touch reckless. He just has a very strange perspective on things.
All right, Griffith. I don't think we'll continue too much further, though we do have, given that the year's ended, probably next time we'll probably pick up with some of these giants retaliating. We could do that now, but I feel like, we're high in levels. Combat might take a little longer than what we have right now, especially when you can't do voice. That said, I mean, we've done things that will need consideration because we have, as a matter of fact, overthrown the merchant lords of Tizir.
Hey.
That's happened. We've also claimed territory from the hierarchy. That's definitely also happened. Have we taken control of the city of Tizir? Well, that's debatable, but I feel like the Mark got some of their people in there, and they're friendly with Sembia. Beyond that, it's a medium-level goal. It was never the idea that you would be in control.
No, I just need people who will pay me money.
Yeah. And Sembia is certainly doing that right now. Which means that we might have a lot of open goal slots. which could be. Then again, we might have different goals now to put on the table. It seems things are happening with the giants, certainly. And beyond that, there's considerations such as what is the purpose of Elversholt and Tessir now? You've sort of battled people a bit, gained some control. It might begin being time to wield some of that influence, because that is influence, right? Like, how do you see this sort of region north of the mountains here, right? It's an important region for the road that goes through here, for the trade that goes through, for the just projection of power here. There's a dragon there that says it's his, but I want to contest that. Has something to do,
Yeah, I might.
Doing things. Who knows if he hooked up with a Call of Asmodeus or something like that. There's Westgate, where it seems that there's a bit of a conflict brewing. You're not the only people who don't want the Fire Knives in control, but certainly Cormyrian support is quite substantial, especially given that they don't have... Cormyr is normally weaker because they split their influence between lots of targets, such as Tessir and Elversholt and Proskur and so forth. But a lot of these are sort of not really places where they're currently influencing. So they push hard against the place.
I mean, they have a giant fleet draining resources.
Oh yeah, they do. It could be a tough situation. Westgate certainly is the jewel here of the dragon. Though controlling the road certainly is a bit impossible for anyone but you at the moment. Yeah, whoever ends up on the top of that situation is something you might just be able to not act in, or act in somewhat, or you might want to have it be someone you actually like, which could end up being very beneficial to you. Well, the Night Masks, of course, want to get in on that too, beyond the people who... Beyond that, there is the minor thing of the Nobanian cult having been destroyed. There's still some people around. We talked about it. Diane can probably just hunt them down. They don't have a faction, so he just needs to succeed a couple times to progress the clock, and then they're gone. From there's the nation of Nathland, slowly awakening, certainly, slowly beginning to stir. Not really doing much right now, but they're sad at what happened. They would like to see it different. They would like the Golfmere to be a peaceful place. You can probably understand when your capital city is right next to a giant forest that you don't want all the treants and dire bears and whatnot to be Malar influenced, so they just go eating and rampaging and destroying cities and such. That's not really conducive to civilization. It's pretty much the opposite. There's the Red Wizards, taking another step, trying to gain influence and doing it in a place, as it turns out, that you might have a hard time reaching. Beyond that, you have not really prioritized them so far and might not do it right now, given that there's other things to deal with. That said, we're probably zooming in on this hierarchy conflict next time. We might not go through enough to actually reach their turn again, or at least we might not do like a lot of years, So things might change a lot before they really get going with their research in there. They're not really motivated enough right now to push it hard. They're still just doing it like they're doing it in many other places, looking for traces. They found enough here to basically know that there's something to find. They just haven't really... They don't know that this is the thing they actually want to find.
They granted that PhD in wizard tracking here.
They know that she was here and spent some time here. And that's enough for them to want to study more. It's more than they had before. Or they just had some apprentice that came here to curry favor.
If they didn't want to murder me, I could give them lots of information. But...
Yeah, but that would make them want to murder you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to do that.
It's just the simplest solution. And Hell will even pay them for it. It's great. Hell can't tell them, though. Hell can't even work with them. That's not something they know. Yeah. See, that's the thing when you do something like this with the factions, right? I did not expect at the beginning of this session that Emissary Lidrithia would be in control of the giant watchtower. nor that the orc fort here would be destroyed and fall into Vilic hands. Because in a year, clearly a lot can happen. You know, for giants, this is a 2020 sort of year. Where a lot of stuff has been happening, and
if you think about like the hierarchy, just taking so many losses, just from the perspective of sessions, like only a couple sessions ago, we had real trouble with like one of their forces attacking us. But in game, that was many years ago at this point.
Oh yeah.
Like back then we were basically 3 dragons and some minor minions. At this point we're pretty sizable and well-equipped organizations. So we can do things.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with Zambian money and the giants being busy with policing upset tribes.
I just love that you're spending the fucking money Cynthia sent you.
To conquer the mountains.
Yeah.
That's the best. It's like the least. Like the fucking mountains.
At some point he's gonna be like, yes, I will spend the new money they sent me on rebuilding the city of the dead. That is a good use of Zambian.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Like Zambia, like we still have the same enemies. If I am strong, then you're strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Zambia actually knows what's going on here. They just know that Cormier's had a fine year. And they don't like that. They need more people to do stuff against Cormier. Like, what's the cults doing? They're doing nothing. It's unacceptable. But what are you gonna do? Sponsor people to fight the Fire Knives, most likely. They want someone else in control of Westgate who's not Cormier.
Yeah, I mean, hallelujah to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but do consider goals. Right.
Seems like the issue has resolved itself.
I have a lot of them.
Woo!
Woo!
Hooray.
Wow, that's amazing. Cool.
Yeah.
I have many goals.
Yeah. So we have plenty of goal slots to fill. I've got 2 because I had one coming into this, and the other one was overthrow the merchant lords, and that's been done. Good work.
Took a while, but yeah.
You know, I thought I might end up taking more action against it, but then another dragon moved in, so it was like, not my problem anymore.
Yeah, I also think it's time to kick out the goal to deal with the purple dragon, purple worm.
Yeah.
Like it's just gonna live there. Like what even is the point of just a valley when I have half a mountain range?
And then when Thaans come here and they'll fucking like tame the purple worm using their bullshit magic, it'll be great.
Or maybe they'll get eaten by the purple worm.
Like Bassarak will just still like be there sitting like in the tomb that he's supposed to guard as like a Thayan like battering ram. Purple worm just like comes in,
crushes the whole place.
Bassarak's like, oh, okay,
That's
happening.
I mean, it's not like not dealing with an obvious opposition is gonna have consequences.
I think constantly making new opposition is having consequences. Have we learned nothing over the course of this campaign? Like, Ares exempted from this, but looking at you, she.
I mean, so far it's worked.
I think a red robe from a red wizard or something that looks like it. I'm assuming this worm is not the smartest. And then you just tell people to dress up in that and go poke it. And at one point, you'll hate people in red robes.
Oh,
you know? Many years.
Just train the purple worm to really hate Thaans.
Cows in red.
Wait.
It doesn't see color though, because it is blind. But you know, you get it somehow, like Thayan perfume or something.
I mean, maybe I don't know. The red wizard smells like bad.
Figure out how do red wizards walk? Do they have a particular candor?
A sort of dragons, so that's a problem.
It's just bring that up, She, because it wasn't that long ago where like, phew, finally, Vokord's been defeated. The hierarchy will retreat to become insular again. Ah, good work.
I mean, they weren't as insular as I would have liked, and I had to change that.
They did exactly what they've always been doing.
They did exactly what they've always been doing.
Exactly.
You're the problem.
They used to have influence even over some of the northern villages here that they could demand tribute from. But no more. Dragons foiled it, and then they sent people to basically stop the dragons. Because not only did the dragons control this valley here, that also kind of cut them off from anything north of it. And then there were dwarves doing stuff in Thunderhome. That was a different time.
And then when they're like, it's not cost effective to keep fighting you dragons for now.
You can have what you took. No more. And the dragon's like, you want more? And then they take like
I just
half of
wanted.
the giant's kingdom, and they're like,
Like the greed of a red dragon, right? They're just
Damn.
like, I want more.
Hey, this was a humanitarian mission. I wanted the hierarchy to stop bullying all these poor tribes. Valignif is the defender of the people here.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, we are too. The defender of the poor leaders of Tassir. That,
the
Yeah.
incredibly unfortunate Sembian merchant lords,
Yeah.
the wealthiest people in the world.
Yeah,
That
they
beautiful wasted wheat faction I created to overthrow the merchant lords. You just
I made a
being on the other side,
custom art
like-
for them and everything.
people who are fighting for human rights and being treated equally. No, fuck them.
They could have made like a nice agrarian society. Began reestablishing human living on the plains out here and built the little villages, and
Yeah, well.
so idyllic. But then they had to be destroyed by horribly
Well,
acid.
really, don't blame the gun. Blame the one who fired it. Like, I just followed orders, being paid. Just really.
They blame Sembia. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fair.
Well, I received money.
I'm looking forward to hearing how Valignith attracts the other dragons to fight together against the giants in this situation.
I don't know, man. I'm the only one who hasn't provoked.
Exactly. It's like, how in the hell is he going to sell this to Vercingetorix, right? Looking forward to this packaging.
I got other shit going on. Like, I got a fucking whole fleet.
Yeah. Remember when I helped you with that ship? You helping me slay like an entire giant faction. Like, totally, that balances out.
Yeah, there's gonna have to be some serious commitment to destroying the fleet.
Yeah. I will say beyond that, things have happened. You asked about it too. Like the Giants had some problems with their leadership. That certainly has weaker than they were when Vokord sent.
Yep. I remember inquiring about that with Espionage a few sessions back.
They're less capable than
I also didn't want to wait too long until they actually recover and regather their strength and cohesion. So
close, man.
Yeah.
They were close. And treasury is so important for attacking. Like offensive force. It's really
sure is.
I get it. It's also just it's funny that to see like Valignith, like he may have embodied some lessons, but he's also just thrashing out and lashing out at everyone.
Well, while Colmir cools down from my burning of their cities, let's go the other direction.
I mean, I don't think anyone, either you guys or viewers or anyone who follows the campaign in any way whatsoever, expected Valignith to engage in subtleties in this.
No, they were being totally rude too.
Subtleties, no, but I thought that like, okay, we can have a temporary ceasefire for the time being. I thought when he said, I acknowledge that I'm like, okay, we're moving along with that. It's almost underhanded what he did. That's deceptive.
I was like, I don't know about that.
He did at least warn them, stop trying to get tribute from the tribe, so he'll attack, and then he attacked.
Yeah, man. And they warned you, stop trying to project your power further south.
And now he did.
Yeah. Could,
And now
could-
they'll attack.
Sent from their mountains and be like, "You killed all my hobgoblins and all my goblins and ogres and shit." God damn.
Yeah, it's all fun and games until we get mobbed by Thunderbirds.
Because you took their castle here. They don't have any more. They don't get to have any more big shield ogres.
Oh no.
So you killed all of them.
Good.
They have goblins.
They have goblins. Yes,
Horde of goblins.
lots of different types of goblins.
Yeah, well.
And then they have giants because that's who they are. So, say goodbye to ogres, I guess.
I was tired of eating Grand Slams. I did not want to be level 16 still taking a Grand Slam.
Smack.
Half damage, full
Throw it
pro.
anyway.
Ah.
I never
Alright.
got to the point where I got to make a swarm of ogres. Seems so
Wow.
reasonable, doesn't it?
Swarm of ogres.
So what type of, how big would that fucking token have to be?
Fucking huge. I don't know.
Yeah.
Gross.
An
So, yeah.
insurmountable amount of ogres just fused into one.
So you think by this point, we couldn't just pay them in a dragon corpse and let
No.
bygones be bygones?
It would have to be two very specific dragon corpses. Probably
Ah.
+1 even. No, you've destroyed and then, see, here's the thing, right? I was so focused on what Vindictus was doing and looking at these stats and such that it kind of blindsided me when Emissary was like, actually, you know what? gonna
I mean,
capitalize here too. I was like,
it's
"Oh,
right there on the road. I want to protect
Why
the
not?
trade road.
it has that sort of whenever you pass it, you can sort of see it from the whole road here. It's sort of very domineering. Ruined once colossal tower. Now there's the foundation of it cut from the mountainside.
I figured it was only a matter of time till they just started squeezing the trade I was trying to,
Oh yeah,
and bring in. So
they've been squeezing everyone everywhere because
They
the
sure
giants
have.
don't really, they don't really make money themselves.
So if Valignif is gonna beat the hell out of them, I'm well, I might as well.
You might as well capitulate before get some money out of it, because
Which I feel is very much my character. The opportunities here.
Oh, yeah.
It'd
Yeah.
be like a real damn shame if I it'd be offensive if I didn't do something.
No.
why waste the effort of others even?
I did especially like that you attacked the giants after they were pretty much exhausted, and then you
Mhm.
celebrated.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we did it.
We destroyed them.
There was like
Victory.
a giant without an arm. Like, two goblins, nursing a broken leg, and one of them looking for a new liver. You're just like,
To be fair, though, the Wimics also was sort of a grand enemy, if you will.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
That's the thing, right? A couple different roles, and this could have been turned around completely.
Oh yeah.
Had you failed just like 2, 3 rolls to them, which the dice difference wasn't that great for a lot of them.
I
Or
think
on their very first attempt to quash the people, you fail instead of succeeding.
yeah.
And they counterattack, and then suddenly you're down 2 dice to their 1, and then
Yeah. Overall,
then it turns, right? That's the idea of counterattack, and that you can just flip it around.
Overall, I had a minor dice advantage. I think I had 1 more dice than they did, and that was with everything going in my favor. Like Sembian money, I hadn't spent any, might treasure or territory. I had
vomited out quadruple 10s to break their defensive asset.
yeah, that also helped.
The +2 is particularly strong because it doesn't diminish, right?
Yeah.
When you use them. They. Thing is, their defensive power is heavily reduced. Their offensive power isn't really.
Yep.
So, but we're probably gonna play some of that out in actual fights.
Yes.
Yeah. There's something to be said for your minions. They're strong, they're innumerable, they're skilled at this point. You have many different assets to pull upon. By game amount, I guess you have one, but they're resourceful.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying, right? Especially when led by the dragon in fighting. The reason we do that this way, instead of having like a fight with a Missouri Literathir and a bunch of wererats fighting for the watchtower, because this is faster, and we get to things that concern all the dragons faster, instead of things that would just be her with everyone else playing some wererats. But that's essentially what happens, right? It's one dragon, bunch of minions fighting, bunch of enemy guys.
Also, not necessarily battles, but like, what's the word? Like situations. Like to inflict damage, you don't need a direct confrontation. Like Valignos dwarves, they have built some stuff that could attack from a distance in the past.
Oh yeah.
And like his skin wings can drop stuff. It doesn't need to be like a one-on-one battle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Although there will of course have been some of those. But like hit and runs and such might not be very interesting to play either.
No, I gotta tell you, I didn't visualize increasing my territory by taking something from the hierarchy.
No.
No, that's not how I thought that was going.
I mean, it's perfect though, right? You're watching over your trade route there. You get a punch.
It makes perfect narrative sense. It's just not what I had visualized.
You know, this is what zealous recklessness can accomplish.
The next year, if they show up in force, I might just leave the tower. Like, bye.
Yeah. You know what? You can have this back.
Yeah. Go visit something that Valigniv took first before you.
They're probably gonna go for the silver mine because it's just so valuable.
Well, not really to them, because they don't mine it themselves.
But if they need treasure, then that's where I would go.
Fair.
I think cost-benefit analysis is out the window. I don't think treasure is their concern right now.
No.
Now it's retaking their ancestral.
Yeah. We went from like them being concerned about turning a profit to now you've taken their ancestral homes and we know how they feel about that shit.
Yeah.
When
All
we took
right,
it
stops.
Also, I think technically, I don't know if this is true, but I choose to believe it, is that dragons existed longer than giants have, which means ancestrally everything belongs to the dragons.
Yeah. Sure.
These are the thoughts that the Valignos just like has.
Yeah.
Like, when he's just waiting on the dragon fate, he's just sitting there like, yeah, you know.
I don't try to justify things, but I could if I wanted to.
I don't even think he justifies it. I just think he just,
I don't feel bad about it.
philosophy. He's sitting there like,
it'd be there.
This is what he spends his time doing when he's just sitting there in the center of the fey. It's ridiculous.
You know, also
technically everything is mine.
yeah.
The giants started this.
I don't like deception, he says, as he just like shunts himself into this own like complete fabrication of reality.
I learned something from Barstrix.
I don't like deception, but I love delusion.
It's not delusional if you can make it come true.
It's absolutely deluded.
It's very draconic. God, just imagine being like PCs and having to deal with these dragons.
So random, so funny. You're like, oh yeah, we have an agreement now. It's good. And they're like, oh my god.
Like it makes perfect sense that Thunderholm's gonna be like, we heard that you are not a friend of Valigniv, and we'd like to have protection.
Yeah.
Because all of their dealings with Valigniv has been like,
he's been like, oh, I don't have any problem with that right now, and then burned it all down. Then I was like, we have friends here, and now, they're all dead. Every single one of them is dead. I guess we have to make new friends. This is problematic.
I gave them a friend. Elversult was moving away from them, so I killed all the leaders and replaced them with Those that I told to like Thunderhome.
You obliterated the city, and then the settlements before Elversholt were totally butchered, razed, and people sold to slavery.
Yeah, but I needed those people.
And he needed the money to buy dinosaurs. You know.
Of course, I'm sure that the Thunderhome will understand.
I absolutely adore that.
I mean, Thunderdome has two options: cooperate with Veliknev and profit, or don't do it and see what happens.
Well,
Yeah.
so far they have been cooperating,
Yeah.
and they haven't been profiting.
I mean, it takes some time to get things going.
I think this will prioritize going down and cleaning up that fortress for them.
You know,
And then do it
maybe I
later
will.
instead of giving,
Maybe I will.
Yeah, the problem with that route to the Underdark that we dreamed of ever so long ago is that
Really not
there's
that
an there's an
a
apple
whole
down
lot
there.
of things promised now.
Mm-hmm.
It was great when Talaxis wanted to build roads and, fix up the valley, and now it's a ruined mess with a giant worm in it, and the Underdark has been flooding, and no one's done anything about that. Not actually gotten fixed, and
Yeah, the problem is that
you don't care. Basically.
It's definitely an I don't care, but it's also like, let's say that there was a reality in which I did care. How the hell do I dam the Underdark to prevent it from flooding?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what kind of long-term project is that, Vatican? And you're like, well...
That's a difficult one, man. So far, the water
there were
hasn't
a lot
gone
of
there.
people down there who were trying to,
So
find
far,
out.
over the years, essentially, it has slowly been filling up a little bit.
Right.
It's not like a flood. It's more like every year the water is higher and saltier, which
Also-
of course is a problem for the local wildlife.
Also, fixing the valley was on my list, but there's the issue of the purple worm, which I do not want to ask for any help.
Mm-hmm.
So
you take
that-
a soul session and try to fight it one-on-one. But
No.
Yeah, that it just swallows you whole, and you're like, well...
Just gonna stay there forever.
You're like, what's the life expectancy of a purple worm? That'll die out eventually, right?
That's true, yeah.
true. Yeah. Or leave when it wants to fight a mate or something.
Hmm?
I mean, it's phase form. It's still resistant to cold and stuff. Just given it just moves around doing purple worm stuff, being slightly more powerful than a normal purple worm.
If this was a show, the spin-off would be like a day in the purple worm's life.
Well, once upon a time, it was living carefree until it was targeted for a hunting challenge by Lord of Winter Pipers.
Who then winter piped it, and
And then attempted to use it to distract the dragons that he was meant to beat down and collar, basically, because he was oath-bound to do so by fairy lords.
it was to split up or fight it first or do something, and then they didn't. Original idea was to get them to try to hunt it and then die to it.
God, what a hard fight that was. And that was even with me eating his stupid pipes.
Oh yes, no, he was bad. Haven't had anything like that happen to him recently.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly what I want to avoid.
The Sphinx was powerful, but then it got put to sleep and like filleted. Just poured it into many bits.
We made sashimi out of that.
Yeah, I want to make clear I can only do that to one giant of all the giants we're going to be seeing. One.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do it to the boss every time.
And luckily, they're color coded, right?
That's true. Clear hierarchy.
Mm-hmm. They're all about that. Yeah. Stone giants do all the boring work and all the administration. Fire giants, they fight and smith and do
I
cool
mean, we haven't had have we gotten our daily powers back though?
stuff. Oh yeah.
Oh good.
Here. Fine.
It's been a year. We leveled up, so yeah.
Okay, thank God. I was like, oh God, no.
Yeah, but don't expect like next session for us to just get a long rest between every giant fight.
Oh no, definitely not.
Yeah. So it might have to be more mindful of them dailies. Maybe I can make use of my social skills. Hell yeah.
Talk to some giants, or rather some like ogres and
That's right, I'm fluent in giant now, so
what else?
I
What
got
else,
it.
what else there might be in these mountains that are upset with giants and such.
That's right. Gnolls, trolls.
Yeah, exactly. All those things.
Everyone who's not a
They're ready
giant.
to be recruited to join up whatever new establishment might exist because they don't actually really care who they pay to.
I can't have were-rats everywhere. Like they don't like these mountains aren't for them. Someone's got to look after this tower.
Is that in the 3.5 manual, like a ogre dia-bear or werebear or something?
There you go.
Were-boar ogres. That'll do.
Yeah, the merchant like caravans just like travel along the road and they look to the ruined tower and what they see there will be like, oh,
Like colossal boar people. Like, oh, great.
You've now entered the comfort and sanctity of Malar. Great.
Good luck. Time to prove that you can live.
That's right. We'll give you a head start
This
until
road
sunrise.
is absolutely not protected by anything, and if you try to protect it, you'll be killed. So, may the strongest merchant live.
Oh.
It really is that an ideology you want your neighbor to have.
It's like Malarian
If I can't
capitalism.
kill you, I kind of should, because that would make us all sort of collectively stronger. We're all about the average strength,
Mm-hmm.
If it increases the average, then it's good. It means that anyone who's stronger than someone else should really just be free to kill them if they want to.
Yeah. It's totally understandable why Naflin would have some concerns.
Like this forest should not be full of them. That would be bad.
I think one of the things I might work towards next session is maybe trying to woo the Red Banner host to come beat up some giants and raid their tombs.
Uh-huh.
I think so. I want to try that. Okay.
They are fickle, certainly these days, when the Fae are no longer pulling them. But it turns out the Fae was actually happy as long as they won and proved that centaurs should serve the Winter Court. It's not like they actually needed the centaurs for anything. So,
Right.
No.
Poor Dan. Not needed for anything.
no, it's more symbolic.
Right.
Yeah, Fae are fickle. They forgot about anything else. Maybe it's like in 1,000 years, someone will come and claim that they've ruled centaurs or something, and then the whole thing will start anew.
Yeah. The reason why I want to try and influence, diplomacy with the Red Banner host is that if they're going to go away, I'd rather them go this way instead of, oh, there's a new road here. No.
That's certainly the current thing. Oh, someone build a food source. Great.
Yeah, I can't stop
Have
that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, they recruited many of their people from the southern mountains here, and over from the Osram Mountains, and here. So many of them might just be tribes that have moved up. Again, many of the people who are now being involved in this stuff are people who got their money and were like, we're done. We're not going to Amn. We're going home. And the rest of them went to Amn, and then they got punched in the face after fighting some elves in a forest, and then they left because that was not a great place to be. They were told no, and they accepted.
All right, players. Next time we put our level 16 prowess to good use. Maybe.
So that there's a maybe.
It might go catastrophic.
Could be bad use, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And
And
then with the,
having to rent a room somewhere in Westgate because his house is burnt down.
and then once the giants have retaken all of the mountains, including the silver mine, and are beating down at the Thane again, Valina will be like, "See, I wanted to use the grand defensive bonuses of the Thane."
Dwarves, come help! We need to defend against the giants.
Yes. Who are attacking what is...
Yeah. Tiamat has committed to giving her blessing whenever we fight giants here in the Fane. Here we go.
Yeah, it's time to show Tiamat that we don't need her. We appreciate her, but we don't need her.
That's a bold stance.
Well, it's more like, I don't know. It's the evil deities, right? They prefer to just be given stuff without having to do anything for it. Though I guess Malar really is a hands-off deity, in particular for evil. Chaotic just means kind of do whatever. He's not really too fussed about the specifics, as long as you sort of follow the general doctrine.
have a good hunt.
Just go kill and eat stuff.
Only the strong survive.
Yeah, don't try to protect the weak.
He really is a good, good evil deity. That was it's just just do your
The
thing.
problem is, for people who live in cities and such, it doesn't really work, right?
Right.
No. Well,
Because-
they're a structure who works against that.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm playing 13th Age, and the High Druid in question just wants to topple everything. That's what Valar is.
Yeah. Or rather, I guess at the moment, Melar is an exarch
Yes.
of
Sylvanas.
Sylvanas, yes, who is neutral and thus is kind of just swayed by whichever exarch of his is prominent. He doesn't really care. He just sort of does things like, plant trees. And his priests mostly just plant trees and walk around. He doesn't like when nature is like when you just burn a whole forest. He doesn't like that. That's not good. He doesn't like when the land is poisoned or diseased by magic and such. But, traditionally he also hasn't been the most greatest fan of Millar, but in the current incarnation, Millar's power subsumed under his own as an exarch. Basically, in this age, the idea is that he has been weakened by the spell plague, as has pretty much every god. And so they have come together to protect the domain and its power by joining their power, and now they're just sort of fighting for dominance. Umberlee, too, is an exarch of Sylvanas, which means that technically the Captain's Council and Imizure have the same top divine.
Yeah, while I'm worshipping Malar due to how the conduit works, I'm worshipping Sylvanas, basically.
Yeah.
And so is the Captain's Council.
Just increasing the power of a certain aspect.
So
Like, for
we're
example,
at
the evil
pirates,
and
right?
unknowable sea, right?
What was that, sheep?
We're at pirates, right?
It's a cute image, but I don't. Probably not. No, she doesn't have much.
It's rats.
I'm not opposed to diversifying the pool and turning it from a were rat coven into something else, but we just got were rats. Certainly, other lycanthropes are blessed as far as Malar is concerned, so they're all welcome.
Yeah, as long as they embrace their fights.
Yeah, as long as they and don't get cured so that they don't have any savagery in them. That's gross.
I mean, to be fair, there is a unique Umberlee, the bitch queen of the sea, has a unique were creature that only that is believed that she's the origin of, which is the were shark.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
we're shark pirates.
Like,
Oh my god, I
man,
want
half
them.
shark.
I need a were shark.
Hunt people when he smells blood.
Boy, that'd be some shit if adventurers were going to say raid Vercingetorix's lair and there's fucking were sharks there.
He's like the poor man. He's like, "Hello." Then he fucking floods the room and turns into a megalodon. Just
Yeah.
oh god.
If you fail the skill challenge, the room fills with water and were sharks like flood inside.
Say you have to fight them with silver underwater while holding your breath. All sorts have to do combat advantage against Bloodi's enemies. So good luck.
We retreat.
Jin decides. Jin does not want to continue.
Jin teleports out of his lair.
Jin is smart. Jin didn't go.
We pass enough time though, he will die and his estate will
true.
pass on.
Eventually he'll die, and his shit son will take over.
Maybe he'll
That's
go
fine.
back to where was he at some point? Schult. I think he was down there.
Jin? No, he's been in.
Yeah, he's got his tower in Cormyr right now.
He's hanging out there doing things.
Like he's the only one of the adventurers that gets to have their token on this damn map.
So yeah. The others have kind of been foiled a lot and died and been replaced. Jin has really stuck around because he's smart and he's hard to kill.
And
Kind of the point of smart.
yes, none of us have been unduly motivated to go hunting after him because
It's a hard place to do it.
yeah.
Into
I gotta say, if he pissed me off enough, I'd still have a hard time.
like if he won and stole one of your favorite magic items.
Oh, well.
Like that might be a situation where I'm doing like the stone giant cost benefit analysis there and going, I think I'm gonna have to eat that loss.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining like one of the adventurers being successful and like stealing Valignus +5 weapon, which is like 500,000 gold.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like if any adventurer did that, it's like it's time to retire, baby. Like that's
Yeah.
it.
I've taken his ring of draconic Tiamat influence and mine now.
I've sold it to the Cult of the Dragon.
You know, Hierarchy, I'm not gonna attack you for a year. I have to track down like this guy who stole something from me.
Still 500,000 gold.
The only lamentation about Jin is that we ended up not getting to see his party in action in the raid of Veristrix's lair. Him and Mika and Zune.
Yeah.
I'm aiming for another lair situation. Well, it makes sense year-wise, but also just before Epic Tier, certainly.
Yeah, since they certain Yaffle conspires to constantly kill herself, and we've certainly gone through 8, 9, 10 years at this point since the last time.
I mean, the idea is that she has a curse that's bad enough, hell fueled. Really, the devils are sworn to kill her until they can't anymore, which means that then she's in a powerful enough incarnation to go and reclaim her birthright, as it were. Which
right.
She was of course born to conquer everything. Rule Thay is a dragon fueled sort of arcane monster.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Monster
good.
is the right.
Speaking out of character, I think my dragon is the least concerned. Like, both Valignith and Versailles are like, no, you've ruined everything. And my dragon's like, I mean, I wasn't going to live anyway.
Yeah.
This whole thing of like working together with Yaffle when she revives, it doesn't sound so bad.
To her mind, I mean, she saved you, not Vasicastrix. She really screwed him over.
Yeah. That's totally understandable. Like 100%.
100 years of like torture and slowly
She
sucking
saved
up her
the other
soul.
dragons from not living, but Vasicastrix, she kind of did the opposite.
Yeah,
That was all a test. You had to learn somehow. And there's so many black dragons, no one would miss a couple.
Yeah, well.
And they also don't work together in any way, shape, or form. Completely unreliable monsters. All of them with strange arrogance and love talk about themselves, so you can learn about them. Yeah.
Right. I think at this point I'm to say goodbye to the stream.
Yeah.
This was a session.
Goodbye, audience. Next time we will have combats. Plural.
Yeah, just imagine.
You too could be there as Eri tries to remember all of her bullshit.
It's true.
I'm curious to see how it's gonna go.
We're so fucking dead.
It's a big, important conflict, right? Because it's like it's hard to imagine it ending up in a neutral state. Someone's gonna get a bloody nose.
Right. Yeah. Just return to status quo. Wink. Bruce.
If the hierarchy agrees to, no, I don't think I can even make up terms that would satisfactory.
I think as far as the hierarchy is concerned, they have there's zero trust in you now.
Yeah. Why would they ever believe you?
Yeah. True.
All right, everyone. Woo!
Or any dragon, as it were.
Yeah.
I mean, that's It's really their problem, I think.
Over prejudices.
And with
No.
that,
They're the ones missing out.
exactly. And with that, goodbye, stream.
Oh my god.